Make sure your phones are on off or on silent, please. When your name is called, please stand up.
Thank you, Deputy Laura. Did you get rain coming in?
That's what they say.
Yeah, it was a little bit rain, but it helped my grass, so it's like, yay. All right, everyone, I'm going to call the docket. When I call the docket, let me know you're here. If you don't let me know you're here, I'm going to assume you're not here and a warrant may be issued for your arrest. And it seems like there are not enough people here for the length of this docket, so we may have some issues. Herbert King. Thank you. In custody, we have Matthew Idrago, Jose Ramirez. Thank you. In custody, we have Russell Harshaw, David Newman. In custody, we have Eduardo Escalera and Julio Sanchez. Javier Zepeda. Thank you. Jason Lopez is in custody. Xavier Doxey, Melvin Jones. Thank you. Kendall Blunt, custody. Charles Lee Jones. Thank you. In custody, we have Jesus Mendoza, Malik Jason. Jonathan Crail, Jonathan Crail. James Lopez. James Alameda Lopez. Brandon Castillo. Thank you. In custody, we have Devontae Pollard, Jennifer Hernandez, Joey Herrera, Dominique Nicholson, Demetric Deshaun Jackson, Alfredo Puga, Samuel Rodriguez and Cruz Rivas in custody, Devon Stryjak. Thank you. How do you pronounce your last name? Thank you. Jules Alonso is in custody. Francisco Reyes. John Meyer. Where are you? Thank you. Pedro Alvarez.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, where's Mr. Alvarez? Thank you. In custody, we have Christopher Balcazar, Christian Gomez, Johnny Webb.
Here.
Thank you. Sabria Goldstone.
Good morning, Your Honor. She's present.
All right, thank you. In custody, we have Jarve Winans. John Stephen Meyer. Thank you. You're on the docket twice. Tucker Margozowitz. Thank you. Demetric Deshaun Jackson. Guadalupe Gutierrez. Henderson Session. Brandon Castillo. Thank you. In custody, we have, I'm going to try this name, Sarah Gilden, Abel de Latif. Okay, I'm not getting any help from the right side, so we'll see when he comes out. Oh, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Richard Whitney. Jackson Youngblood, custody. Patrick Samaniego, that should be at 11. Please find a seat. If you came in late, you need to sit on the first row. In custody, we have Jason Lopez, Devontae Pollard, Joey Herrera, Russell Harshaw, Virgilio Balsadua, Annabelle Bishop. Annabelle Bishop. In custody, we have Jalen Collins. And in custody, we have Ernest Diaz. Is there anyone who came in late? What's your name? Nolan Madrid. Do you know who your attorney is? All right. Do you have a SID number or case number? What's your SID? 6374. All right, just have a seat. We'll get with you. You're in the wrong court. The 290th is down the hallway and on the other side. Just let them know you were here, but don't tell them you were here on time because you were not. All right. Yes. All right, thank you. Just have a seat. Anyone else who was late? Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Yeah. All right, you need to be on the first row. Anyone else who came in late? All right, these are the rules of the court. 1, it's Monday. It's a great day. Monday will be what you will make it. So let's keep it as a great day. Number 2, you'll see boxes on this side. Those are the boxes for criminal trial division. You'll see boxes on this side. Those are boxes for family violence cases. So attorneys, I try to keep the center of the courtroom as least congested as possible. Just grab your file from the box, sit it on the appropriate desk, have a seat. The attorneys will call you as needed. And it will be first come, first serve. If you have someone who is in custody, once you request the deputy to bring that person out, do not leave the courtroom, because then that means that somebody's in the box and somebody else is not going to be able to be in that box because they're only allowed to bring out a certain number of inmates at a time. When the court is on record, do not talk in the box if you're behind the court reporter. How do you know the court is on the record? Because I call the style of the case. Do not approach the court coordinator while we're on the record. That makes it difficult for everybody to hear. Do not approach the court coordinator asking for a reset, asking for a continuance, asking to go to another court. I'm the only person who can give you that. And what she's going to tell you is you need to talk to the judge. Do not talk to me or approach the court unless you've conferred with your client, conferred with the state. If your client is in custody, you need to have them brought out because I want them to know what's going on. If your client needs an interpreter, whether you speak their native language or not, that means that the court needs an interpreter be brought down. So just request them to bring in an interpreter and we will put what we need to put that's on the record. So with that being said, everyone, please, Mr. Hancock, you're itching. You're itching. All right. So we're going to confer. Everybody's going to be kind to each other. Everybody's going to be patient. As I always say, guys, I know in your suit coat, you have a hidden pocket in the jacket. What that hidden pocket is for, I don't know. I'm going to do some research on that, but take it out as needed and share. Everyone, let's confer. Oh, I've called him before. And he's not here.
Okay.
Yeah.
For you, it's the first row.
If they say no. I like that.
Pedro Alvarez? Anderson Sessions.
Hi, ladies, good morning. Pedro Alvarez. No, 2023, 405. What is the approach?
No, that's fine. Okay. Oh, no problem. Oh, and Norman, can you check the pink folder that's on Caroline's desk? Because there are cases that need to be set. Has that already been given to you? It was in a pink and yellow folder? No. It's one that I signed, all the orders and everything, because there are some things that need to be set for hearings. Yes.
No, just that one. All straight.
All right, who's here on Pedro Alvarez?
I'm very good.
All right, and where's Pedro Alvarez? You need to come forward. All right, thank you so much for dressing appropriately for court. All right, where are we on this case?
Your Honor, I confirmed with Mr. Garahan this morning. I'm getting discovery on Mr. Alvarez's case. There's some issues that I want to look into further before I talk to Mr. Garahan about a resolution.
What are the issues?
Well, he's a legal resident, judge. I need to confer with his immigration attorney to see whatever resolution we get to doesn't negatively affect his renewal in July.
All right, and so do you have an immigration attorney to speak to?
This moment?
Yes.
I can get a hold of, at this moment I do not, but I'm getting that from Steve throughout the process.
Okay, and how long will that take?
Not sure. I've been getting help with friends and family to try to get me a reliable, or not a reliable, but more of a person that we can trust. I mean, you can trust any lawyer, correct? But it can be in a matter of a week or 2 weeks or so. It's time since I work my days off on Thursdays and Sundays, so usually they don't like me doing no calls or anything like that throughout the day, but I can find time to do it as soon as possible.
All right, so there's no issue with him being able to afford an immigration attorney?
No, it's just finding one to help him with his renewal. For
Oh.
his residency status.
Okay, and is there any discovery issues?
I don't think so, Judge. I saw the file this morning. We'll be requesting it this afternoon.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, can I have a 30-day reset, please? April 1st?
May 1st. Sorry, I'm looking at April's calendar.
All right. So is May 1st enough time for you to have spoken to an immigration attorney and get feedback from them on the impact of this case on your status?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we will be back here on May 1st. Just get a reset form, then you're excused. Thank you. Thank you. Here on Jesus Mendoza.
Does he need to come up now?
Yes. All right, so this needs to be scheduled for jury trial. State, how long do you expect this case to last?
4 or 5 days, Your Honor.
All right, are there any videos? None over 13 hours?
Judge, in all honesty, I'm not aware at this point. So, I mean, I think Mr. Hancock might have me better.
I don't believe there is.
Okay, all right.
Good thing, right?
That is the standard here. 13 hours. Is there 13 hours worth of videos that everyone's going to be watching? All right. So are both sides ready for jury trial, state defense?
Judge, state is. The case has not been. I'll be honest, I haven't looked at this case since I got to this court yet.
Well, no, I mean, could everyone please whisper? Well, we're not going to have a jury trial on this case tomorrow. I hope everybody understands that. So when
We want Mr. Carahan to look at it, and maybe we can revisit some resolution. We just weren't there with the last person.
Right. So when I say are both parties ready, I mean in the sense, everybody has all of their discovery. There's no issue with any defense expert witness.
Judge, no, not from the state.
No, Judge, in fact, we've utilized an expert and we're good, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, on this case, I need a jury trial setting, and I anticipate it will go 3 to 4 days.
That is an open. It's 2 weeks.
Is that your jury days on Tuesday?
Is that good, Judge?
It's June 27th, but let's put it on June 26th. And then your trial date will take place on June 27th. So since y'all are still negotiating and because of the nature of the case, I'll extend your plea deadline date to the actual, Miss, you need to have a seat. I'm going to extend your plea deadline date to June 26th.
We appreciate that, Judge.
And there will be no further extensions.
Yes, ma'am.
If you wish to go to trial, then your jury trial will still be scheduled for the 27th, but I'm going to want everybody here on the 26th to let the court know whether or not the state's plea offer is going to be accepted. And Mr. Hancock, it really would be great if you let the court know and let the state know before the 26th so we can put something else on the docket.
We will, Judge.
We'll confirm.
We'll stay actively confirming. We appreciate your time.
You're welcome. So Ms. Ferguson, if you'll put it on June 26th for the plea deadline date, and then June 27th is the jury trial. And Mr. Hancock,
Yes, ma'am.
with regard to your client in the jury trial, have you made a decision on if he were found guilty, if he would be coming to the court for punishment or the jury?
We have contemplated that, Judge. We would probably be going to the jury for punishment.
All right, thank you.
Maybe the excuse, John.
Yes. And Norma, on Pedro Alvarez, 2023 CR 0085. If you can make sure that Mr. Alfonso Cabanas is listed in the system because the court has a copy of his notice of appearance.
Thank you. So make sure it's.
Oh, this is not right.
Goldstone,
Yes, Your Honor.
she needs to come up. Have you conferred with the state?
We have.
All right, who's the state on Goldstone? All right, what's happening with this case?
Judge, I've just emailed our victim advocate to reach out to the complainant. Defense has also indicated that there are a few conversations that are captured on body cam that he suggested I take a look at.
All right, so do you have all the discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state, are you prepared to make an offer?
Judge, the one thing is we just wanted to talk to the complainant. There may be a way to resolve this. Benefit to both sides.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset on Goldstone.
Yes, ma'am. Let's do that on April 24th.
All right, April 24th states you need to make an offer and have spoken to your complainant. All right, is there anything else from either side?
That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, you need to get a reset form, then you're excused.
Yes.
All right, so on a Drago, just one moment. I haven't called the case yet.
Oh.
Just have a seat. Probation on a Drago, I don't have the PSI report. And on Drago, has the state had a chance to review the PSI report?
I'll be ready for it, but we have a copy of it.
All right, everyone, just give me a moment. Probation, are you able to send this to me through email? Thank you. All right, the court is calling 2022 CR 12 005, State of Texas versus Matthew Andrew Idrago. Could I have parties approach and announce for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Adrian Pettis.
And your client needs to be in the center, sir. Are you Andrew Idrago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. On June 30th, you entered a plea of no contest to the offense of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. According to the plea bargaining agreement, the state is proceeding on counts 1 and 2. There's punishment to be assessed at a cap of 5 years. There's $2,500 fine, affirmative finding of deadly weapon, and the state is silent on your application. And there is a no contact order that's outside the agreement. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state,
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, any objections, state,
No, Your Honor.
defense?
Your Honor.
All right, are there any witnesses, state,
No, Your Honor.
defense, any witnesses?
Yes, I'll call the defendant.
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All right.
Your Honor.
You can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Matthew Andrew Drogo.
All right, defense?
Mr. Hidrogo, we're here asking the court for probation, deferred adjudication today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be asking you some questions. I'd like you to answer them directly and truthfully, okay? At the time of this offense, you were homeless, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And make sure you speak out loud.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looking through the PSI, I suspect that you've been homeless for quite some time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, respectfully, you have an extensive criminal history, particularly with respect to misdemeanors, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it appears that most of those were for theft or criminal trespass.
Yes, sir.
Is that because you were homeless during those times?
Yes, sir.
You do have some felonies, but it looks like you've never been to TDC, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've been to state jail, however, on 3 times.
Yes, sir.
And were those for offenses related to your homelessness as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long in your life, give or take, have you been homeless?
Maybe like 10 years, sir.
Okay. Any particular reason why?
No, sir, just I'm an adult, a corona hit me and my family, and I became homeless.
Okay. Now, there's a few things that I want to speak to that the PSI addresses, okay? Now, in the PSI, you frankly, you deny committing the offense, correct? You state that you were acting in self-defense.
Yes, sir.
However, you chose to plead to this and not proceed to jury trial because you did not feel the jury would believe your defense. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I spoke to you about that again this morning. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you persist that you do not want a jury trial because of the fact that you don't believe the jury will believe your defense. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Also, the PSI mentions that you are a confirmed gang member. And to that, how do you respond?
No, sir, I'm not confirmed.
If the judge gives you deferred adjudication, you're potentially looking at let me start over. They're just saying that you have to be careful what you ask for. And potentially, if the judge gives you deferred adjudication and you violate that deferred adjudication, the court could at that time sentence you up to 20 years in prison versus the 5 years, which is the maximum today. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you understand that if you are asking for deferred adjudication and you get it, you better do everything that's asked of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be able to do what's asked of you, especially considering the fact that you've been essentially homeless for the last 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Would you remain homeless if the court gives you deferred adjudication, or do you have plans?
No, sir, I got a place to stay
Where?
with my mom.
Okay. Respectfully, why have you not stayed with her up to now?
Because I was trying to look for a job, but I was homeless, so I just stayed roaming the streets, just try to keep her safe from corona, because I probably thought I had corona too. But yes, I don't have it. Yeah.
So, but going forward, if you're given an opportunity on deferred adjudication, you've decided and your mom has agreed that you'll reside with her.
Yes, sir.
How will you be able to make your meetings with probation?
I'll try to look for a job and just do everything probation asks me, like whatever they ask me,
What type of work are you able to do?
probably a temporary service jobs, like pay setters and stuff like that.
Pay setters?
Yeah.
What is that?
That's like a temporary service.
Okay.
Sure.
What type of jobs have you had in the past?
I was working a little bit at a job called Amigos, 26 in West Commerce. It's like they do beans and stuff for the HEBs and stuff.
Like food service?
Yes, sir.
So you would be able to do food service work
Yes, sir.
and okay. Is there a number of different types of jobs that you're able to do?
I could do jobs.
Okay. The PSI, specifically the TAP, does not show that any drug treatment is necessary at this time. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
You don't have a substance abuse disorder?
No, sir.
Is there anything else you want the court to know?
No, sir.
I'll pass. Stay silent and I'll pass the witness.
State, do you have any questions?
Just briefly, Your Honor, Sir, Mr. Gargo, the two times that you were given felony probation, you were given probation, but then you were revoked off your probation, is that correct? One in 2009 for burglary of a building, do you recall that?
I can't remember what. I think so, sir.
And then also evading arrest second, back in 2014. You were revoked in 2014 and revoked in 2009. You recall that?
Can't remember. Yes, sir. I think so.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Karen.
All right, I have a few questions. What gang are they alleging that you belong to?
Oh, they're trying to say I'm a Sureño, Sureño
Why would they say that?
13, because they said I had a 13 on my stomach. They said I was a Sureño, but I'm not.
What's significant about the number 13 for you that you would tattoo it on your stomach?
It's just like I don't got it tattooed. It's just it was just like a number I got when I was younger. But it's like a lucky number. It's not a gang thing. Like it's different stuff. It's just a number for like.
So why all the numbers would you put that on there?
Because it's for my name, Matthew. It's M2 for middle initial Matthew. Just a lucky number 13. I'm not affiliated, Your Honor.
Yeah, I don't know many people who just put 13 on their bodies because they think it's lucky. Unless they're gambling, and I don't think 13 is a lucky number when you gamble. All right. So why is it you can't hold a job for longer than 6 months?
Because I was trying to apply for SSI checks, Your Honor.
SSI for what?
Mental disability. When I was in school, I was getting SSI checks. I was in behavior improvement, special ed classes when I was growing up.
There are a lot of people who are in special ed classes. They don't qualify for SSI. So again, we're back to this point because what you told your attorney was COVID hit and all these other things happened. And that is why you were homeless.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I don't know how you can not be homeless if you're only working 6 months at a time. So again, we're back to the question of why is the longest job you've ever had has been for 6 months?
Because I had it for 6 months and then I stopped and just became homeless.
So basically your homelessness was a choice because you stopped working at whatever job you had. You stopped working at 6 months.
I tried to get SSI too, Your Honor.
No, you don't. So what ends up happening is you have a job for 6 months. Did you have a bank account?
Oh, Your Honor.
So you have a job for 6 months, you have no savings, and you decide to quit your job in the hopes of getting SSI.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't, and you end up homeless.
Yeah, I didn't get it because they had me on hold. They said I signed out the papers and everything, but they said it would take anywhere from like a year. I was waiting for like a year, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Drago, I'm focusing on why you're homeless because you're making it seem as though you're homeless because things happened to you, not because you did certain things. So it appears to the court, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, you're homeless because you wanted to be homeless. You had a job, you have been working it for 6 months, you decide to quit that job, you have no money in your bank account, and so you just become homeless.
Because I thought I had corona, but I didn't have it, Your Honor.
So you didn't have corona,
Yeah.
so then that excuse is out the window.
That's when I got in trouble.
So you were just homeless basically because you wanted to be homeless.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now let's get to the next question. So the complainants in this case, were they eating at a restaurant?
No, Your Honor, they're pulling up to a restaurant.
All right, so they're pulling up to a restaurant and you disturb them, asking them for money to support you, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because you're homeless and you don't want to work. So you want to get money from people who are trying to just go to a restaurant and enjoy their meal in peace, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, how old is your mother?
My mother, she's like 50 something. I'm not so sure, Your Honor.
All right, so you don't know how old your mother is. What's her date of birth?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Do you know what month she was born in?
Oh, Your Honor.
Do you know what day it is?
It's 4/27.
So you're saying she was born in April?
I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know when she was born. I don't know. She's like 56, 57.
How old are you?
Me, I'm 37.
All right, is there anything else?
Nothing from the state.
Anything else? Any other questions?
No questions, Judge, but I am asking that you give them a chance for deferred adjudication. If not, I'm asking that you respectfully consider the minimum 2-year TDC sentence.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to say, Mr. Idrago?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the court is going to find you guilty in count 1 and count 2. Court is going to sentence you to 5 years in the prison in each count. Each count will run concurrent. Give you credit for any time served. There's an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. There's to be no contact with Isreak, Isreak, Nirakes, Nirakes, and Emmanuel. Is this spelled correctly in here? Because it's being spelled as Emmanuele. I'm sorry, Ley. Just one moment. I don't think that's spelled correctly.
What is written in the indictment, Your Honor? It's Emmanuel.
So there's to be no contact with Emmanuel Morales. And that's Morales. There's a $2,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, sir.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Drago, when you get out, you need to make better choices. Get employed. If we want stuff, we have to work for it. I know people think it's okay to come up to people and ask them for money, but sometimes people don't want to be bothered. They're just trying to spend time with their family. You understand?
Yeah.
Good luck. Who is here on David Newman? All right. Court is calling 2021 CR 0689, State of Texas versus David Matthew Newman. Can I have parties approach for the record?
Miranda Carrillo to the state.
Patrick Valentine for David Newman.
And are you David Newman? Are both parties ready to proceed on this motion to revoke?
State is ready.
This is right.
All right, Mr. Newman, I'm showing you what's entitled motion to revoke community supervision and First Amendment motion to revoke community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the same David Matthew Newman who was placed on community supervision in 2021 CR 0689 for the offense of possession of child pornography on February 1st, 2022 for a term of 10 years? Is that you?
Yeah.
State?
Yes, the state is proceeding under the original motion to revoke condition number 13B on or about the 6th day of September 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, David Matthew Newman, did then and there fail to comply with the instructions of the Bexar County Community Supervision and Corrections Department sex offender program, in that the defendant failed to comply with the instructions of Lone Star Offender Treatment Program, his court-ordered sex offender treatment program, and that the defendant was suspended from sex offender treatment for failing to abide by treatment program rules in violation of condition 13B.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, ma'am.
State?
And condition 13H, on or about the 12th day of September 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, David Matthew Newman, did then and there fail to comply with the instructions of the Bexar County Community Supervisions and Corrections Department sex offender program, and that the defendant was in possession of pornographic materials in violation of condition 13H.
How do you plead to that? True or not true? State?
And lastly, the state is proceeding under condition 16 on or about the 21st day of September 2022 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, David Matthew Newman, failed to comply with chapter 62 requirements in violation of condition 16.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
The state's waiving the remainder, Your Honor.
Any objections to the state's waivers?
No objection, Judge.
Did you understand by pleading true to violations 13B, 13H, and 16, the court could find it true, grant the motion, sentence you to 10 years in the prison and up to a $1,500 fine? Did you understand?
I understand.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to 13B, 13H, and 16?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find 13B, 13H, and 16 true. Is there an agreement?
There is an agreement, Your Honor.
And what is the agreement?
Revocation and a sentence of 6 years TDC.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. With regards to allegation number 16, is that child pornography as well, or is that a different type of pornography?
That is non-contraband pornography, not child pornography.
Adult pornography?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, the court is going to grant the motion, revoke you, sentence you to 8 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. There's a $1,500 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. There to be chapter 62 registration. I'm going to show you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have a limited right to appeal, and that's as it relates to the allegations in the motion, not the fact that you were on community supervision. Do you understand? All right. Good luck to you.
Good.
Yes.
The deal was for 6 years, and I believe you announced 8. Is that-
Yes. I'm not following that plea. Okay. Thank you. I did not write in that chapter 62 registration. I'll make sure I was wrong with that in there. Oh, I did. Nobody talks about me about it, but I don't know who's. Oh, they have it? Okay. Just- Okay. Yes. John Meyer. Just a moment. All right. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, no, yeah. You should be. But you're always dressed appropriately for court as well, and you all are coordinating group beautifully. All right, so the last time we were here and on February 27th, today, the state was supposed to have tendered an offer. In this case, in the new case, and I need the acknowledgement of discovery. So has that been done?
Your Honor, no, it has not. There is a discovery issue on this case. I believe the defense is asking for the affidavit for the search warrant. I did request this a couple of weeks ago. I have not received a response. We're just asking for an additional 2 weeks I could follow up on that request, Judge.
All right, so the affidavit for the search warrant, that's not for the indicted case, is it?
Yes, Your Honor. It is for the indicted cases.
Oh, so he has two. Is this the case as well? Why do I have an empty file that's like temporary?
She didn't have time to make the file. She didn't file the file.
Well, I mean, what is that case for? It's not telling me anything. It has like a. So what is this file for? That's what I'm asking.
It's supposed to be for the 2023, but she cannot find that case. So she was gonna make the temporary file, but she said she didn't have time to print everything out on that or whatever she needs to get.
All right, and this file, is this a BNA case state? What's the cause number on this new case?
2023 CR 0562B.
All right. All right, so can somebody check the system and see if the affidavit is in the system,
Yes, ma'am.
the search warrant?
It's not on our discovery system, Judge, but
Okay. And which one is the one that doesn't have the affidavit?
the new one, 2023, Judge.
Okay. And so, and the B case, that's the one that you need the affidavit for?
Correct, Your Honor. Yeah, I believe that discovery's all there on that.
All right.
2022 case.
So we're gonna see if this is floating around somewhere. I'm thinking it should be present somewhere. If a case is being indicted, and I know you all are not the people who indicted it. Oh, I don't think the prosecutors are here indicted this. So state, when do you anticipate having this in affidavit?
Your Honor, I just need 1 week to follow up on that email or not to escalate it, Your Honor.
Judge, it's not in there.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, it's come back on April 3rd.
Okay.
Is that a Monday?
Yes, that's a Monday.
Is that 1 week from today?
Yes, for you to get the affidavit. Is there any other discovery other than the affidavit?
I think that's it, Joyce. There's a few hundred videos, but I think they've got them all.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form and we'll come back on April 3rd. Thank you.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, all right, thank you.
My job, thank you.
Who's here on Alfredo Puga? All right, and if parties could approach. This is family violence, I believe. All right, Mr. Puga, why were you late today?
Traffic now.
All right, so here's the thing. I require that everyone be on time. I'm here on time, fighting through traffic, and I leave extra early to make sure that I'm here on time. And I'm not even looking at a warrant for not being here on time, but you could end up with a warrant if you're not here on time. So make arrangements and consider time factor in for your time to get here, that there's going to be traffic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then in the morning, there are school zones as well. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is scheduled for jury trial. State how long this is going to be.
A couple days, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. See you all tomorrow. All right. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset. And Norman, that's Puga, and they say it'll be 2 days. Is the attorney here on Harshaw?
He's right there,
Where's the attorney?
talking to Jason.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks. I got this note, but so is Harshaw here?
No, they did not bring him over.
Okay. So can I see the file on Harshaw, please?
Just let you know, we're still working on possibly resolving it, but I mean, you can reset it if obviously.
Oh, no.
you're not to be here. Yeah, I saw, no, Judge.
Yeah, okay.
It's just like the cursed case.
Yeah. So if you all will continue to confer, but Ms. Ferguson, I'm gonna need a reset on that. Because I don't think they will even let him Zoom. Is that correct, Deputy Laura? All right, so what date?
We can come back on April 13th.
All right, so we'll be back on April 13th.
Double check real quick. Perfect.
All right, and if you
We
can,
may have a happy resolution, I don't know.
okay,
We'll keep up with that.
all right, awesome. And so Norma, that's for a contested. Excuse me, do you have the stamp for the plea agreement, please? The stamp. Yeah, thank you. Oh, no problem. No, this is the incorrect one, the one for the plea agreement. Not the motion to revoke one, the one for when someone is entering a plea agreement. All right, are the parties ready on Joey John Herrera? All right, if you'll come forward, please. And Mr. Herrera, if you'll come forward. Court is calling 2022 CR 11628, State of Texas versus Joey John Herrera. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Deputy Cruz, on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense,
Wait for the defense, Your Honor.
are you Mr. Herrera?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery and that you review it with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Thank you. Mr. Herrera, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive? I'm sorry. Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we are waiving the repeater enhancement allegation, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No. Your Honor.
Mr. Herrera, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did
Yes,
you
ma'am.
understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're being charged with possession of a controlled substance penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams as a third-degree felony? The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Herrera, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 4 years in the prison. The state is remaining silent on your application. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea? Is that the plea, defense? Defense counsel, is that the plea bargain agreement?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea bargain agreement? Next, I'm showing you the waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and reviewed and ruled on by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Sorry, Your Honor.
Have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. Herrera, to the offense is charged. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
At this time, state introduces state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
Any objections?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your Honor.
State's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
Oh, yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may continue to confer.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Herrera, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent for stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. I need a reset date for PSI and TAP evaluation, please.
Excuse me, is it too late? I don't wanna get no PSI, so if it's PSI, I'd just rather sign a 2 year CDC.
All right, if you want to talk to the state about that, you're more than welcome to do that. State,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Herrera is saying that he does not want to do a PSI. So he would rather do time.
Okay.
So if y'all will confer, if
Yes,
you all
sir.
will confer. And if you all would like the counsel for the state, if you would like this back to an initial, everything, and have his client initial,
We agreed on the 2 years, you know.
you all need to fill out the paper. You need to fill out the paper
No, it's-
and your client needs to sign. Who's here on Malik Jason? All right, is your client in custody?
Being brought up, Your Honor.
Okay, as soon as he comes up, we'll take it up.
Yeah, I go back to the 290 to finish a plea, Your Honor.
Are they bringing him up now?
We just,
Oh, if you'll wait till they bring him up, because they can only have so many people out here, and yours will be very quick.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, thank you. What would be the date for the PSI on Mr. Herrera, please? Okay.
Yeah, I seen them. I don't know, maybe I'm just.
Senator Rodriguez. He's on my side.
Okay. Who's here on Samuel Rodriguez? All right, if you approach. And did they bring him over or no? Samuel Rodriguez.
Request him, but I'm not sure if he's downstairs.
Okay. All right, and I see that your client was found incompetent. So have they already had the hearing?
Yes, we have.
All right. All right, Ms. Ferguson, Mr. Rodriguez, if I can have a 45-day reset, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to come back on May 11th. If your client regains competency before then, or they have a setting before then, let the court know. Did they give you a setting in Judge Carruthers Court?
They did not, Your Honor, not after.
All right.
Hearing.
Ms. Ferguson, is there any type of setting in the system?
March 2nd, he was, sent to condition treatment. That's the last thing.
Okay. All right, we'll see you back on May 11th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
May I be excused?
Yes. Deputy Laura, if Mr. Samuel Rodriguez, if they brought him over, let him know that we'll bring him back on his case May 11th. Okay, thank you. And could I have the parties back up on Herrera, please? All right, we're back on the record in 2022 CR 11628. Counsel, the court was made aware that your client wished to change his plea agreement. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Herrera, now according to the plea bargain agreement, y'all, we on the record. If you're behind the court reporter, there's to be no speaking. If you're behind the court reporter, otherwise you have to ask the deputy to move you to the other end. All right, Mr. Herrera, it's my understanding that you're now asking the court to sentence you to 2 years in the prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you understand that your PSI date would have been April 13th? Knowing that we would have brought you back on April 13th, which is sort of at most 3 weeks. Knowing that, do you still wish to change your plea bargain agreement to 2 years in the prison? That's either yes or no.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, then the court will accept your new plea bargain agreement. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there's sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. The court will sentence you to 2 years in the prison. Give you credit for any time served. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your counsel. Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon and ammunition is, you need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Herrera, it's obvious to the court that you have a heroin addiction. If you would like, I could request that you be placed in the therapeutic community. The therapeutic community does not increase the time that you are in custody, but If you're accepted, it would perhaps give you help with your addiction. Would you like to be referred to that program?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I'm going to order therapeutic community. Even though I'm requesting it, I have no jurisdiction over that, so you will have to also request it. Otherwise, they definitely will not put you in the program. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Herrera, how old are you?
35.
All right, you're 35 years old. You're going to have to start making better choices. You're going to have to get into rehab to take care of the issues you have, because the first time you use may be the last time you use. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. All right, Malik, Mr. Callahan, who's your client? Are you Malik Jason? All right, Mr. Jason, come forward. Oh, and Mr. Callahan, you're on this end. The state's over here. All right, so your plea deadline date has expired. Is this going to jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, state, how long do you expect this trial to last? It's possession with intent 4 to 200 grams and felon in possession of a firearm.
2 to 3 days, depends on jury or.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on Mr. Jason, please. All right, we're going to come back on April 18th. That's your jury trial date. You understand? Do you have any questions about anything?
Right now, or I would like to hire another attorney, but I may have one come to represent me.
All right, if you want to hire an attorney, you're more than welcome to do that. But if you hire another attorney, you need to let them know that they're going to trial on April 18th. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is there anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sure. Who's here on? All right, why do I keep getting this file back? That's done. All right, Vanessa Garcia Bass. And do we have a file on Bass? No, BAS. All right, it's cost number 2023 CR 1969. All right, if you'll have a seat, we're gonna get that file. State, are you able to call down 2023 CR 1969?
Sorry, 2023.
Yes. And there's going to be an issue with regards to bond. I believe she was just taken into custody, maybe?
Okay, good. I'll, call it.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, and the file that needs to be brought down for the court is 2023 CR 1969, CR 1969. All right, who are the parties on Herbert King? All right, Mayor's Mr. King. Come forward. All right, what is this case here for today?
This was a PSI sentencing. However, it was supposed to be a day that Monica Godetto was going to do it. It was a posed offer.
Mhm.
And she had a federal court added to her docket. And she's back. She's in federal court today and tomorrow, but she's back Wednesday. We're asking, can you recall it to Wednesday?
All right, I'm going to recall it for Wednesday, but she needs to be here exactly at 9 a.m.
I will let Ms. Godetto know.
All right, Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form for Wednesday at 9 a.m. Ms. Ferguson, Herbert King, I need this recall for Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Yeah.
That's 12 to 1, I actually.
No, not 1:30.
1:30. Okay, and I appreciate that.
Don't stop. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Down, down.
Which file will you be on?
I'm
Needed file.
this.
I'll be right back.
All right, thank you.
Don't be talking to anybody out there.
Who's here on Melvin Jones?
I have your,
Thank you. And where's Mr. Jones?
right here.
All right, Mr. Jones, if you'll come down.
I don't remember putting the files up there. Here.
Yes, I have the files. So is this a plea?
No.
All right, so why do I have this as a plea? What is going on here?
They probably put it in the wrong
Oh, you
file.
know what? It's Charles Jones. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Who's here on Charles Jones? Mr. Porter, there are a couple of Joneses on the docket today. And, oh, I called it because those are the files I received on Melvin Jones.
Melvin, you have a Melvin.
Oh, no. Yes,
He needs Charles.
I have Charles Jones, but she included Melvin. All right. Court is calling 2021 CR 2984, State of Texas versus Charles Jones. And to the court, can you give me another page? I can't, there's no room to write on this. All right, thank you. All right, court is calling 2021 CR 2984, State of Texas versus Charles Lee Jones. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of state, your honor.
Defense,
Russell Mitchell for Mr. Jones.
are you Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
I have Judge and did.
All right, court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Jones, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? No, go ahead. Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, your honor.
Mr. Jones, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
ma'am.
Did you understand your charge of possession of a controlled substance, felony group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you. Thank you. And you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe he does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
He is.
Mr. Jones, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm sorry. Next, I'm showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 9 months in the state jail facility. The state is silent on your application. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Judge.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
Sorry, Judge.
Have there been any such motions?
No, Judge.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
At this time, the state introduced its state's exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments.
No objection, Judge.
All right, state, you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent? Everyone, when we're on the record, if you're sitting behind the court reporter, you need to ask the deputy to move you down at the end. All right. Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there would be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. All right, counsel, is there a reason the offer is a cap of 9 months? Does your client have criminal history?
He does, Judge. That's why we were asking for a PSI.
All right, and what is his criminal history?
Your Honor, I believe he had a prior trip of 7 years TDC on a
That was
on a
in
couple of cases.
2004, no, even before that,
Okay, for what?
manufactured or possession of certain chemicals with intent to manufacture.
I know one of them was bail jumping judge, and there was other couple of them. It was a possession case, Your Honor.
All right, so the other one is a possession as well?
Possession case and a jumping bail, and he failed to appear several times on this case, Your Honor. That's why we,
Okay, and there's no possession with intent to deliver, is there?
no, not in this case, Your Honor.
All right, so when we were here in July, I know you were not the attorney, but it says that the defendant had a pending unindicted drug case.
Yeah, I believe they've all been resolved at this.
He did, Judge, but they were dismissed.
Okay, all right, thank you. So do you waive PSI?
Yes, maybe we should get one or.
Counsel, are you waiving PSI?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Jones, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
I'll be clean, Your Honor.
All right, when's the last time you used?
October 15th of last year, of this year. No, last year.
Oh.
Got nearly 6 months clean.
All right, are you in some type of treatment program?
I just go to meeting,
You just what?
go to the meetings. I have
Okay.
been going when I can.
Okay. All right, are you employed?
No, ma'am, I'm just signed up for my disability.
Okay, and what's your disability?
I've got a bad heart. And ever since I had COVID 2 times, my lungs are messed up. And There's other stuff. I got PTSD. I've been shot in the head and everything, all kinds of stuff.
All right, how old are you?
60, it's me 61.
Okay. All right, this is what the court is going to do. Oh, I'm sorry. One of the questions, do you have any grandchildren or children that live with you?
No,
Do you have any grandchildren?
yes, I do have 4.
What are their ages?
One is 9 months and the oldest one is he's in 7th grade.
Okay. All right. Do they visit you?
I visit them. Yeah, we visit.
All right.
They
And
live
you're,
7 hours away.
all right. Is there anyone who visits them with you? Are you with them by yourself or?
No, usually their mom's there and my sister.
All right. All right. This is what the court is going to do. As previously stated, the court has found you guilty. The court will sentence you to 9 months in the state jail facility, suspended and probated for 2 years. I'm going to ask you to continue to do his meetings. And I'm going to want 90 meetings. Well, not 90 meetings. I'm going to want you to do one NA or AA meeting per week until further notice. Now, if you need to do more than one meeting, how many meetings were you doing?
I've been going like just once every couple of weeks, but at my house is like a meeting.
Okay. All right. So we're going to do a meeting a week. If you need to do more than one meeting a week to remain clean and sober, you can do that.
I'm never going to use again.
Okay. We're going to do a TAP evaluation. If the TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment or either supportive outpatient treatment, only follow through with the supportive outpatient treatment if he ends up testing positive. And we'll start with supportive out treatment. I'm going to want regular reporting. That's by Zoom or in person. Regular UAs, or you can do the patch. The patch costs more, but there's less time constraints with it because they put the patch on you and tell you when you need to come in to have it removed, but it's costs more. So you can either do regular UAs or you can do the patch. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until further notice. And state, you can count the field visit as his reporting if you want to do it that way. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. So you can still have contact with your grandchildren, but there has to be another adult there. Okay. Proof of employment or SSI within 45 days. And there's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. And if you have not been approved for SSI by the time that 45 days arrives, he needs to have present documentation to probation what his status is on the SSI. And if there's an issue probation where you feel he's not doing what he needs, either to get his SSI or either to get employment, just report it to the court. If you feel that probation is not answering your concerns or addressing something, then I'm here from Monday through Friday, okay? All right, probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Jones, also, while you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink alcohol. You understand? All right, good luck to you, and thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Probation will go over conditions. You're welcome. All right, you're welcome.
Thanks, Judge.
Have a good one. All right, parties, let me know when you're ready on Bass.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Who's here on Alba Chief? And if they can come down, please.
Denise Harrison for the state of Texas, Your Honor.
All right, who's the party? Who's where is he?
Here, Judge.
All right, he only has one case.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor. One felony case.
All right, so have you received all the discovery?
Judge, yes, this is a case that was closed originally. I've given the state everything I gave previously. I'm not sure why they refiled this case, Judge, but she's going to look into it.
I'm looking into it currently, yes, Your Honor, and also he's still waiting his competency.
All right, where are we on the psychological?
Judge, I know that we are contesting the competency, Judge. Mr. Young was handling that. I'm filling in for Renee Munoz. But I don't think we have those results back yet, Judge, but my client has a couple of cases pending in different courts, Judge. This case, it was dismissed, no probable cause because of the change in our gun laws. So I was hoping that if I gave everything to the state, they'd look into it and dismiss it again, Judge. So hopefully it won't be lingering in this court, even though there's a
Oh,
competency.
no, this is not gonna be lingering here.
Yes,
Where
Judge.
are the other cases?
County court.
Okay, all right, Ms. Ferguson, what is the update on his competency? Since they're contesting it, did they find him competent and you're contesting that?
Judge, originally Brian O'Donnell from our office was on the competency motion. He came back incompetent. We've been able to discuss our defense, Judge. So we're opposing the fact that he has been found incompetent by the court, Judge. I know that was the last update we got. I don't believe there's been movement since then.
Well, all that needs to be done is somebody needs to have a doctor come talk with him.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so who was his doctor? Because this was appointed, correct?
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
believe it was Dr. Scott.
I believe so too, Judge. I don't have the.
I know they have a date set. Sally is working on it downstairs with Judge Carruthers in court because the state is opposing him being incompetent. So is the defense.
So I mean, when is this set?
We don't
That's the
have a-
question.
I
I do
don't
not
believe
know.
we have a setting yet, Judge.
All right, and has anybody got a doctor to see him again?
I don't believe a doctor has seen him yet.
All right, is anybody gonna pick up the phone and call the doctor and ask them if they'll be able to see him again and when?
Judge, I'll do that this morning, yes.
All right, so you all can come back when that's done.
Okay,
Thank
Judge.
you. Who's here on Demetric Jackson? All right. Sure. All right, why were you late for court?
They closed that lane down for the start. Took off running.
What lane?
The street, when you coming off, what's that? By the other courthouse, and you go around, they had closed up the main street before you come to the right, so we had to go all the way down, and turn around.
All right, so here's the thing, court doesn't
Yeah, no,
tolerate
excuse
people
me.
being late, you understand? All right, Miss, how long is this jury trial going to take?
This approximately 2 to 3 days, Your Honor.
All right, did you tender an offer to the defense?
We did not.
And when did you tender an offer?
Your Honor, my records indicate that we tendered on the last court date. I did retender it today to counsel in court.
All right, and is your client rejecting that offer?
He is, Your Honor. Is that correct?
How long is this trial gonna last?
3 days, Judge.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Ms.
Good.
Ferguson will give you the reset form.
I'm gonna be out Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I told you that earlier, and you said this was just for discovery, when I came in to try to change the date.
Okay. So why are you out, counsel? For,
Well, I do tennis umpiring, judge, and I've got,
oh, okay, now, see, when you say test, now I remember. All right, so when will you be available? And the court has that. And Norma, that should be in the file where he filed a notice on that. So if I could see that, so I can grant his continuance.
you can do it the following week, Your Honor.
It will not be the following week. Ms. Ferguson, when can we put this down for,
April 18th.
all right, so we're gonna do it on April 18th.
That'll work there.
All right, and if I could have his motion for continuance that he filed, and I'll grant your motion for continuance.
I don't know if I filed a motion, Judge. I know I filed a vacation letter. And I came in and studied about it. And we said this was just for discovery.
I don't know, something was filed.
I know I filed.
Yes. So you filed it.
I notified you about it.
Yes. So you filed it.
I just don't remember.
Okay. I'll get it and I'll sign it. So we'll see you back on the 18th and Ms. Ferguson will give you your reset form.
All right,
Thank you.
Go ahead and sit down. Sit down and wait.
Who's here on Johnny Webb? Who's the attorney on Johnny Webb? Hello. All right, discovery, where are we?
Judge, so as far as I'm aware, everything the state has been handed over to defense. I think right now, states revised their offer and left it open for one more setting. Defense did bring some issues that they wanted to look at before they were gonna say whether or not they were gonna accept or reject that offer.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. If you can call Mr. Webb for 2 weeks, please.
Is this going to be considered a third setting then, Judge?
This is gonna be for your plea deadline date, and after that, it's gonna be a quick jury trial turnaround.
April 10th.
All right, April 10th is your plea deadline date.
Okay.
And I'll need parties to do a discovery acknowledgement.
Well, Judge, I can't say for certain that I have everything yet. That's one of the things I need to deal with.
All right, your plea deadline date is April 10th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Who's here on Jonathan Crawl? All right, if you'll come forward.
Morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor,
Just one moment.
yes, Judge.
Why were you not on time?
I'll get it parking.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll get it parking.
All right, so here's the thing. You got to build that into your schedule because I require everybody to be on time. So this is your notice, no further being late. You understand?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. My understanding, there's a discovery acknowledgement that's been filed. Has an offer been tendered?
There has been an offer made, Your Honor. We do still have one pending discovery. I don't want to call it an issue because the state and I have been working diligently on it, even outside of the court, Judge, to get documents from the laboratory over to our expert, who is still reviewing the current documents that the state has provided to us.
All right, so why hasn't that been done?
It's in the works, Judge. It's not that hasn't been done. It's just our expert has been in trial. I know we were trying to book her for a trial a couple of weeks ago and she was booked completely through May, Judge. So she's having some.
So my,
issues going
but my
through that.
question is, it appears that I guess in this case, the drugs are with the state. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and you're,
The testing's been done, Judge. It's just a matter of getting the protocols, the standards, the calibrations, all those documents. They have provided a discovery packet that the laboratory put together. That is currently with our experts. So we don't know if there's going to be anything outstanding from that or not. I believe there is, just from a few times I've handled these types of cases and gotten discovery packets, but I'm not the expert on it. So I don't want to tell the court that something's missing when I don't know 100% for sure yet until I hear back from her, Your Honor.
all right, and when are you gonna hear back from her?
I couldn't give you a time frame, Judge. I would ask for at least 30 to 45 days to let her review it, but because I do believe there's going to be some outstanding items, and I know the state's going to work on us with helping us get those documents once we know what it is that she's pending.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a plea deadline date for 45 days, please. This is your plea deadline date. The court will not extend it any further. Do you understand?
Sure.
You can do May 8th, Judge.
May 8th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
May we be excused?
After you
After we
sign
sign.
the, yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Who's here on Henderson session? All right, what is happening with this case?
Your Honor, today was our first setting. We just requested a reset to go over the offer. And
So
an
do you
offer
have
was
all the
out.
discovery?
I do have the discovery. I just, we also have a pending burglary of habitation that's been unindicted.
All right, state, is that burglary of the habitation, is it the same alleged complainant?
It's a different victim, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Session, why were you late for court?
I had car trouble this morning, y'all.
All right, that needs to be built into your schedule because court here starts at 9 a.m. You understand?
Yes, ma'am, I beg your pardon.
All right, so state, what is happening with the burglary? Are you going to be able at the next setting to give defense information on that?
I certainly can look into it. We have not spoken to the victim in that case yet, Your Honor. But we should be able to have an answer for the court.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset, please? And counsel, you're on that, are you on the unindicted case as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. On session, 30-day reset.
I think May 1st.
All right, we're going to come back on May 1st.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Who is here on Basadua? Court is calling 2022 CR 2564, State of Texas versus Virgilio Balsadua. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Defense. And are you Mr. Balsadua?
I am, Your Honor.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Balsadua, I'm showing you what's entitled Application for Deferred Adjudication or Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
I did, Your Honor.
Mr. Balsadoo, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
I did, Your Honor.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We would, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
We are, Judge.
Mr. Balsadoo, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
No, I did.
Did you understand you're charged with possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, less than 1 gram? That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand? If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
I did, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent? Off the record for a moment, please. This page is incorrect. Oh, why do people stretch over that? I mean, do we not see that? Are we like knocking everything down now? All right. Yeah. So that's incorrect. There's no charge listed.
Weird, Judge. Sorry, I didn't know.
Oh, no problem. So once you all take care of that, I'll continue with the plea.
Give me 1 second.
All right, who's here on Sarah Jalidan Abdulatif? Are you all ready or no? All right. They're not ready. Can you just refile that? Are you ready on Boss? Anybody ready on Boss? All right, if you can refile that, they're not ready. Thank you. All right, are the parties here on Jules Alonzo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court is calling 2022 CR 7775, State of Texas versus Jules Alonzo. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Debbie Cruz on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Defense?
Ray Lopez for the defense, Your Honor.
And are you Jules Alonzo?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Ms. Alonzo, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with possession? I'm sorry, you're charged with theft under $2,500 enhanced. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe she has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against her?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe she's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Alonzo, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived her right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I have parties approach? All right, the cause number that it's having me taken in consideration is what she's pleading on. Does she have an outstanding case?
She has two cases, Judge, 5, 6, 7, 5.
All right, and to the clerk, I need the other file on Miss Alonso, 2022 CR 7776. Oh, no problem. All right, according to the plea bargain agreement, Ms. Alonso, the state is asking that your punishment be assessed at 6 months in the state jail facility. They're taking in consideration 2022 CR 7776. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Right. Then to the offenses charged in the indictment, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No problem.
State any evidence.
At this time, the state introduces State's Exhibit number 1 and all of its attachments, Your
Any
Honor.
objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may be excused to continue to confer. Thank you. Ms. Alonso, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state would be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements, police reports, and judgments? But most importantly, there would be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and she's in yellow because is she pregnant? All right, so why should I follow this agreement? Because 3 times she's been stealing and she's still stealing. And this time she's stealing greeting cards. So why should I follow this agreement?
Well, yeah, Your Honor, she's had an issue, a problem. She's pregnant right now. She's hopeless, not any
dependencies or substance abuse, and she's asking for serve her time and.
All right, what's your substance addiction?
I was addicted to heroin.
All right, so when did you stop using heroin?
They put me on methadone.
So you're currently on methadone. I always tell people, and I've done treatment courts, I've done studies, methadone is still a drug.
Yeah, I understand that.
So what are your levels on the methadone?
I'm on 30 milligrams.
All right, is Child Protective Services involved?
I'm not yet.
When are you due?
11/6 of this year.
Okay. All right, so I'm not going to follow this plea. If she wants probation, I will give her probation, and she's going into somebody's treatment program. I'm not going to have somebody out here having a child, and the child is going to end up being addicted to methadone. Let's just go ahead and say that right now, because if she's taking methadone, the baby's taking methadone. And depending on what level she's at on methadone, if I just release her, she's going to get out of state jail felony. She may start back using heroin. I don't know. I'm going to do my part. So hopefully the baby won't be born addicted. Have you ever seen a baby that's been addicted to
No, I have 2
substance?
kids and they've never been addicted.
Yeah, well, by the grace of
God.
whoever, I'll just put it that way, because we have a separation of church and state here. But what I do know is that when babies are born addicted to drugs, they have withdrawals just like adults do. The only difference is that baby doesn't know why they're having withdrawals.
It wasn't my decision to get on
Hmm?
It wasn't my decision to get on methadone. They put me on methadone as soon as I came in.
Well, here's the thing. It was your decision to use whatever drugs you were using, which was heroin. So that's all your decision. It's your decision to continue to pick up theft cases, knowing that you have 2 other children that you're supposed to be supporting. Where are those 2 children?
With my mom.
Yes. So your mom, instead of being a grandmother, she's happened to be a mother to your children. Was Child Protective Services involved?
Yeah.
All right. So were your rights terminated?
No.
All right. So I am not following this plea bargain agreement. If she wants probation, I'll give her probation, but I'm not following the plea bargain agreement for 6 months. She can either do 1 year at the state jail facility, or either she can be on probation for 4 years. The choice is hers.
We'd like to.
All right, thank you.
I'd rather be.
Yeah. Okay. You never mind, just rather take the probation.
I'd rather do probation so that way I can.
All right, so we're going to put this on the record. So have you had a chance to confer with your attorney?
Just right now.
All right, have you had sufficient time to confer with your attorney?
Yeah.
All right, so do you wish to have probation, or do you wish to consider the state jail facility for 1 year?
I'd rather do probation so I can see if I can be. At least try to be a parent.
All right, any objections from the state
No, Your Honor.
defense? So is that the plea bargain agreement?
Yes, Sean.
All right, this is what the court will do. As previously stated, the court is finding there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. The court is going to sentence you to 2 years in the state jail facility, suspended and probated for 4 years. Taking in consideration 2022 CR 7776. I'm going to want intensive parenting classes.
I'd like to thank you, Ms.
There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation while in custody. I'm going to run a referral to felony drug court while in custody. And since the day is Monday felony drug court will probably be able to see you this week. You need to be honest with them. You understand? If she's not accepted for felony drug court, and if the TAP evaluation says she's to do inpatient treatment, then she's doing inpatient treatment. I'm going to want regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want random UAs. I'm sorry, strike that. Do the UA hotline. And she needs to be tested at least once a week. And probation, please keep track of her methadone levels. They should not be going up. I'm going to want field visits 2 times per month until further notice. And probation, if you can make sure that they check to make sure that there are no children unsupervised at the location. And probation, if you want the field visits to count as her reporting, that can count as reporting. Proof of employment within 30 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. $200 hours of community service restitution. Those will be waived once parenting classes are completed. And CPS compliance if applicable. Probation, is there anything that I've missed? Is there anything you need from the court in order to be successful?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry?
I don't think so.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
That's not-
Oh, and I'm sorry, also refer it to Esperanza Court as well, because of what I've seen in the background. So if felony, and that's to be while in custody. If felony drug court doesn't take you, then Esperanza Court will take you.
Okay.
All right. All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to your attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Ms. Alonso, here's your chance. You got to stop doing many things, right? You got to go on the straight and narrow. You can't be stealing, because who knows, you may end up with a different judge, different prosecutor, different attorney. You understand?
Yes.
So if you want to be a mom in your children's life, you got to be a mom that they can be proud of. And when I say proud of, you know, children will tease each other. You need to be that parent that your children will be proud to say, that's my mom, instead of being on the bus and hiding their head because they don't want anybody to know you're their mom. Okay. You still have a chance to do it, to get your life together. Good thing your mom has your children. Hopefully that's a safe place, and you know it's a safe place. So now's the time for you to get your act together. You understand?
Yes.
Both felony drug court and Esperanza Court are good programs. All
I've
right.
been asking for help, but I always just get them spread.
Oh, well, here's your help.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck to you. This is done. Are they finished with Alonzo? Did you all finish on Alonzo? And counsel, here's the dismissal. Thank you. You're multitasking. I appreciate that. And this is the dismissal. I don't have the other file on that. Oh, I'm sorry, the other file. Oh, this is it. Okay. And are they ready on Balsadua? All right. All right, and they should have turned in the other paperwork on Balsadua. The STIPs. Did y'all? Oh, you have the STIPs.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're still reaching over instead of walking around. Are you just trying to knock everything down today? All right.
Yeah, just walk around.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
All right, where's Mr. Balsadua? All right, and where did we leave off on Balsadua? I believe we're on the plea bargain agreement.
The stipulations which are now amended to include the.
No, just 1 second.
And sorry about that, Judge. I just saw the paperwork just came out that way.
Oh, no problem.
It's because the case was re-indicted and they didn't put it under the new one too.
Okay. Oh, that's no problem. It happens. Been there.
Completely didn't read over that section, so sorry.
Because I know we didn't go over the plea bargain agreement. 2022 CR 2564. Excuse me, the person who's sitting right there, could you do me a favor, please? Would you stop moving around in that chair? Thank you. Yes, you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. And if you're gonna wear that mask, you wear it. All right. All the parties. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The last thing you said was, do you have, you understand you have the right to a jury trial, right for you or your attorney to examine anything for any.
All right. Was that part of the stipulations? Is that where we were?
Think so, Judge.
That was the last thing I had.
All right.
Do we have a motion?
Did I go with the plea bargain agreement with you?
To the court's not to follow the bargain for any reason the court does not follow your plea bargain.
All right. Thank you. All right. Do you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights? And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? You're gonna have to speak up. Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
You believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes.
Mr. Balsadua, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
I do, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, there's a $400 fine. State recommends deferred adjudication. They will take in consideration County Court Cause number 694263, taken in consideration County Court Cause number 702937, grand jury number 762124. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the fine was appropriate, but that is it.
All right. State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
I do, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
There are not, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 3 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 100 hours community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers State's Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right, state you may be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Balsadil, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am. I do, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing State's Exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. Court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
We would, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. My client is just eager to. My client's just eager to get on the right footing and get started to get this on straight again.
All right, Mr. Balsadil, do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am. I have a 12-year-old son.
Who does he live with?
His mother.
All right, do you and the mother live together or no?
No, ma'am.
All right, when's the last time were you employed?
About a year ago.
Doing what?
I work on this, I do side jobs.
All right, we don't do side jobs in the 187th when I place you on probation. You're gonna have to do a job with a paycheck, you understand? How far did you go in school?
10th grade.
Why didn't you graduate?
I got my GED.
Okay. What are you planning on doing with your work life for your career?
I'm trying to get my CDL. I gotta try to get my license back first.
All right, before you go through getting your CDL, you need to look into whether or not any prior charges you have will affect your ability to do that. You understand? So what are you doing to try to get your CDL?
I need to try to get my driver's license first, but I wanted to apply for it at the chrysalis. Chaplain at the jail told me about that program for me to come see him as soon as I got out.
All right, what's your drug of choice?
That's cocaine.
Well, see, people always say cocaine. And people always say marijuana, but you're here for meth possession. And that meth possession was plus less than a gram. So how often are you using meth?
I don't use it anymore. I've been clean for about 8-9 months, something like that.
All right, were you clean because you were in custody or you clean on the outside?
No, I was clean on the outside.
When's the last time you used? Before being taken into custody?
Been about 10 months, probably, or 11 months. This month.
All right, do you need drug treatment?
No, I don't.
All right, if you tell me you don't need drug treatment and if you end up testing positive for drugs, that's all on you. But if you tell me you need drug treatment, I can give you the help that you need. Otherwise, if you test positive, I'm going to write on here. Defendant said no drug treatment needed. Do you understand?
No, I do.
So do you need any help?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, so on this case, I'm going to sentence you to a $400 fine. That will be probated. 3 years deferred adjudication. I'm going to want the UA hotline until further notice, and he's to test weekly. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Who are you going to be living with?
My grandmother.
Does your grandmother want you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask her, or you just assume that because she accepts you, she'll always accept you?
That's what I do. It's my maiden address.
Why don't you have your own place?
I did, for a minute, had a home, but people I was working for at the time, we had a disagreement, they took the house away from me.
All right. Take in consideration County Court Cause number 702-937, grand jury number 762124. This is run concurrent with County Court Cause number 694263. What's your grandmother's name?
Amalia Velasquez.
I'm sorry, first name?
Amalia, Amalia.
Velasquez.
Velasquez. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Defendant is allowed to reside with his grandmother for 90 days. After that, you need to get your own place. You understand? Proof of employment within 15 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. 100 hours community service restitution. The court is going to order parenting classes. Once you complete parenting classes, and that's with Triple P, your community service hours will be considered satisfied. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until further notice. And probation, if you want to count the field visit as his reporting, you can do so. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Anything else you need from the court to be successful?
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement. Thank you. Because I followed your plea bargain agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
I do.
All right, we can go off the record, Mr. Balsadou. If there's anything that comes up and you feel like it's not being addressed with probation, you can always come into the courtroom. I'm here every day, Monday through Friday, okay?
I appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Have a good one. No, I have Rebus, Margowitz and Reyes. All right, is the attorney for Frank Reyes here? Yes.
Your Honor, if you may give me the.
Yes.
lowdown on it. But it looks like we have an agreement. The case won't be dismissed if the restitution is paid. And we have agreed on an amount. I think we just need a few days to get that done.
Yes, Your Honor, he's gonna try to get the money together. The sooner he pays it off, the sooner he can have his GPS removed. So he has a huge incentive, but we would ask for a reset for 30 days. It's about $3,000.
All right. So, Mr. Reyes,
Yes, ma'am.
will you be able to have this restitution in 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, can you give me a reset date on Mr. Reyes for 30 days, please?
Yes, ma'am, it will be on the 25th.
All right, it's April 25th. That is your final day to make sure the restitution is paid. Is there anything else from either side?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, who's here on Tucker Markowitz?
As a judge, I'm here on the judge. I have some.
Oh, yeah, but where's your client? All right. And you need to be on this side. All right, so where are we on this case? Last time we were here, there's supposed to be discovery on ring cameras.
So Judge, we've been trying to reach out to the complainant, but so far we've been unable to do that. I did make another offer to defense. I think they can maybe speak more about that.
Yes.
I think we've reached, well, we have reached an agreement, you know. And so we'd like to do that. My difficulty is I also have to come to 7 juvenile court this morning. So I don't know if it's possible to come on Monday and work this thing out and be done with it.
All right, I'll see you all tomorrow,
Okay, that'll work. We can do tomorrow. We can do tomorrow morning. Yes,
9 a.m.
yes.
Thanks for dressing appropriately for court. Ms. Ferguson, they're doing a plea tomorrow at 9 a.m. and state if you can make sure the paperwork is ready.
Yes, Judge.
And that's exactly at 9 a.m. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. These are done. Who's here on Cruz Rivas? Where is Cruz Rivas? All right, so we were here on Mr. Rivas and there was a issue with an evaluation, which that evaluation should have been completed because that's been going on since December. So I'm assuming we're done with the competency?
Yes, Judge, my understanding is that came back as competent. My understanding of what the results were in that
And have you all had a hearing on that?
I don't believe we've had it here. I just came on this case, Judge, about a month ago, so I was.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can you check to see if they've had a hearing with Judge Carruthers declaring him competent? It is Cruz Rivas. All right, so where are we with regards to the cases?
Yes, Judge, Mr. Rivas has been given an offer from the state. However, after speaking with Mr. Rivas, he's made it clear to me that he wants to move forward with the jury trial, Judge. So we were asked for a jury trial setting.
All right, Mr. Rivas, are you asking for a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to recall this for next week because I give everybody a plea deadline date.
Right.
So you're gonna have your plea deadline date next week unless state, would you be prepared for trial on this soon or no?
There's two different cases, Your Honor.
There's an arson and there's a burglary of a building. I'm assuming you all are going on the arson.
That's what we probably go on first, Your Honor. It just has a lot of moving parts with the different victims. I don't know if we'd possibly be ready next week.
Okay, no, I'm not asking you for next week. Next week is gonna be his plea deadline date.
Okay.
But after that, I want you all to, next week, when we come in for his plea deadline date, I want you all to confer on a jury trial setting date.
Okay, yes.
Because there are other cases that are ahead of you. Mr. Ruth.
So it won't be till some other time, because.
No, what's gonna end up happening?
Don't want to be in jail no more.
Yeah, no, I understand. So, Mr. Rivas, here's the thing. I make sure that cases go quickly, but sometimes there are things that happen that are out of my control. So for example, your previous attorney asked that, and I think that was Mr. Chirac, he asked that you be evaluated. And then I think, well, your first attorney was Joe Richardson, and then Joe Richardson asked to be withdrawn because of your new case. And then Mr. Chirac was placed on your case. So then he needed time to prepare for your case. And then he requested a competency evaluation. And then once that competency evaluation was requested, there's nothing else the court can do until that matter is addressed.
Okay.
So then that was addressed. So now we're here with, you have a different attorney. How long have you been on the case?
Approximately a month, Judge.
All right, so he's been on a case for a month. The state has probably been on this case for less than a month, even though the state is here. It was a different attorney, not this attorney. So what I am doing is the state has tendered an offer. I'm bringing it back next week. On next week, the date that I'm given, which will be what, Ms. Ferguson?
Next week.
Mhm. All right, so we're going to come back on April 3rd. That will be your plea deadline date. You can tell me, yes, I'll accept the plea, or no, I won't accept the plea. If you decide not to accept the plea, then your attorney in the state will confer on the best jury trial date to bring you back on, because I don't want to bring somebody back for jury trial if we have 30 jury trials already on the docket for that day, because you will not go. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm trying to make it so that you have an idea that you're probably up on deck, okay? So we're going to come back on April 3rd. Is there anything else?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, and the court has the acknowledgement of discovery.
Judge, Mr. Rivas has asked me to bring to the court's attention that we do have a motion for reconsideration of the bond amount. I did explain to him that there would be a setting for that.
Yes.
He wanted me to bring it to the court's attention that we did
All
file
right.
a motion for.
If you want to file the motion, if the state will be ready, we can hear that on April 3rd as well.
Yes, sir. We did file it, and I'll speak with the state on that issue.
All right, thank you.
Judge. That's all I have.
All right, you're welcome. Who is here on Christopher Balcazar? All right, if you'll come down, please.
Okay.
All right, the court is calling 2023 CR 0217, State of Texas versus Christopher Balcazar. If I could have parties announced for the record for the state.
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense.
Anita Polley on behalf of Mr. Balcazar.
And are you Mr. Balcazar? Counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case?
Yes, Judge.
And did you review that with your client?
Yes, Judge.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Balcazar, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Next, I'm going to show you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Judge.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Mr. Balcazar, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes,
Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
yes, ma'am.
Right. You're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance less than 1 gram. That's a state jail felony. All right. Is everybody okay? All right. That's a state jail felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes,
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea bargain agreement in this case?
ma'am.
Did you understand that the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Judge.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Balcazar, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, state is recommending deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes,
Defense?
Yes.
State?
It is, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. The state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 2 years. There be a TAP evaluation and 120 hours community service restitution. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State offer state exhibit number 1 with all its attachments.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, state, you may confer.
Thank you.
Mr. Balcazar, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Judge, we just respectfully ask that you follow the agreement that we made with the state.
All right, is there going to be I see that there was a theft case. Was that filed or not?
I don't believe so.
All right, state on Christopher Balcazar. From reading the police report, he was arrested because he was shoplifting from HEB.
That's correct. Yeah.
Was it dismissed or?
I looked on on our system, there's nothing there, so
Okay.
we may have taken care of it at night. So
All right, Mr. Balcazar, do you have any children?
No, ma'am.
What's your drug of choice?
I guess meth.
Well, I mean, what do you guess? I mean, you had syringes in your pocket for it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's yes. So when's the last time you had employment?
Well, I'm disabled, so I get SSI checks, so I haven't.
SSI for what?
It's just like anxiety and stuff like that.
All right. I mean, a lot of people have anxiety and I take mental health very seriously. But you see all those files over there? I think the prosecutors have anxiety because I'm telling everybody they have to go to trial. So you can't have anxiety and use meth, you understand? So when did you start receiving SSI? How old were you?
7 years old.
So if you're released from custody, do you have a place to stay?
Yeah, I'll probably be staying with my mother.
No, that's either yes or no.
Yes.
Does your mother want you staying with her?
Yes.
Did you ask her? Or are you just assuming she's my mom and she wants me to live with her?
No, she wants to stay with.
I have spoken with her also.
And does she want him there?
Yes.
All right. And how old are you?
25 years old.
So what are you doing in your spare time? Well, I mean, are you just sitting around the house watching soap operas? What are you doing with your life?
I just take care of my dad.
What's the issue with your father?
He's getting older and he's just having some health issues as he gets older.
Well, I'm sure he doesn't want somebody, and I don't want anybody taking care of them if they have drug issues. You understand? That's either yes or no.
Yes.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 2 years deferred adjudication, 200 hours of community service restitution. There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. I'm going to want 100 sober meeting in 100 days. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation done. If TAP evaluation recommends inpatient treatment, we'll start with intensive treatment. If it recommends sober support outpatient treatment, then we'll go with sober support outpatient treatment. But either way, if TAP evaluation is recommending inpatient treatment, I want to start with outpatient treatment first. I'm going to want field visits 1 time per month until further notice, and probation. If you want to count the field visit as reporting, you can. Proof of SSI or employment within 30 days. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. So if your father is receiving SSI or something from the government and they're allowing you to be his healthcare provider, the court doesn't allow that. Do you understand? And then I'm going to want the UA hotline until further notice, and he needs to be tested at least once a week. Probation, is there anything else he needs?
No.
Is there anything else you need from the court to be successful? All right, what's with the tattoo? What does it say?
It says no mercy for the weak.
No mercy for the weak. And then what else does it say?
It's east side.
East side what?
That's it. That's all it says.
Okay, so why is east side there?
That's where I'm from.
All right, people love their area, but people won't pick up trash in the area. My thing is, if you're going to tattoo an area of San Antonio, or even if you just tattoo San Antonio on your body, then if you see some trash, you need to start picking that up. I want a gang evaluation. What are they going to find if they do a gang evaluation?
Probably nothing.
What do you mean, probably nothing?
Well, they wouldn't find anything.
All right, I'm going to want gang evaluation. All right, showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendants' rights to appeal. You review that with your attorney. Did you understand it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, good luck to you. We can get off the record. To be successful on probation, communication is key. If you feel like probation isn't addressing some need that you may have to be successful, you're more than welcome to come to the court. We're here from Monday through Friday. Do you understand? All right, thank you.
May I be excused?
Yes. Norma, can you mute us just 1 second, please?
Yeah.
All right, can I see the parties on Ernest Diaz Jr., please?
Yes, Your Honor, coming your way.
Court is calling 2023 CR 2715W, State of Texas versus Ernest Diaz Jr. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state
Ruben Herrera for the state.
defense?
Austin Haley for Mr. Diaz.
Are you Ernest Diaz Jr.?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you received all the discovery in this case, and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Is there an application in this case or no? All right. All right, did you review the document entitled application? Is it application for deferred adjudication income? Oh, just community supervision?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, I'm showing you what's entitled application for community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you review the document entitled waiver of indictment, reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to have the grand jury hear the evidence in this case and make a decision on whether or not to indict?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that your attorney has certain rights, namely 2 days from the presentation of the information and 10 days from the presentation of the information to prepare for trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled information. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the information as tendered?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that documentation with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of repeated violation of a court order or bond condition family violence? That's a 3rd-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Diaz, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 2 years in the prison. There's a $1,500 fine. State, are you recommending probation in this?
No, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to the court checking off the box that says recommend community supervision?
No, Your Honor.
No.
All right. All right, the state is recommending community supervision. This will run concurrent with County Court Cause number 691262. There's to be no contact with Victoria Zuniga. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement. State is requesting that your community supervision be for a term of 2 years. There be 150 hours community service restitution, the BIPP, MIC, DDRF, TAP evaluation, and follow all recommendations. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Sir.
Then to the offenses charged in the information, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest, no.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
State's exhibit 1 and all attachments.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, state, you may continue to confer. Mr. Diaz, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, it states in the report that Mr. Diaz has been living with her for the last several days prior to December 11th, 2022. Is that correct? All right, Mr. Diaz, were you living with her then on September 8th?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I have spoken to his mother and many times about Mr. Diaz. And she does want him to get the treatment that has been recommended by the state. That is the reason why we're not fighting the case. The victim has signed an affidavit of non-prosecution in the lesser misdemeanor assault. And Mr. Diaz does want to take this opportunity. He does take the probation very seriously. And he does have support from his family. Ms. Zuniga did sign an affidavit of non-prosecution. I would ask that the condition of no contact be changed to no harmful or injurious contact. But other than that, we would just ask that the court would follow the recommendation of the state and follow the agreement, Your Honor.
All right, do you have children with Ms. Zuniga?
No, I don't.
Do you have children at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are their ages?
One's 17, 16, and 9, and 5 years old, and 3 years old. My six-year-old.
All right, how old are you?
20, 33.
33.
33, Mr. Hunter, sorry, I'm nervous there.
All right, no problem. Here's the thing, Mr. Diaz, I think it best that you not have any contact with Ms. Zuniga. The court can always reconsider that once you're stabilized, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't think that's a good placement for you and counsel, since obviously you're in contact with Ms. Zuniga. Would you let her know that it's not helpful if she asks to have a no contact order with somebody and then invites that same person to come live with her?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that needs to stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let her know
I will
And
not.
Mr. Diaz, I want to let you know that if Ms. Zuniga calls you and asks you to come live with her, if you come and live with her, she's not going to be the one in trouble. You're going to be the one in trouble. She has a protective order out against you. There are civil ways for her to lift that if she so chooses, but that protective order is there for a reason, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so there's no contact with Victoria Zuniga. There's 150 hours of community service restitution. Is he receiving SSI or anything?
Oh, sorry about that. No, yes, I'm about to receive SSI. I'm about to, that's what I'm wondering now.
All right, so we're going to do 150 hours community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes with compadre. If he completes that, then the community service hours will be waived. Regular reporting with probation by Zoom or in person. And what is your SSI for?
Heartbroken.
I'm sorry, what?
Heartbroken.
For having your heart broken?
Yeah, I was heartbroken a while back. That's under serious. Sorry. Your Honor. Medical diagnosis? Yes, it was. And,
But there's a medical diagnosis for being heartbroken?
I've never heard of that, Your Honor.
No, I'm always willing to be educated. Let me see here.
I'm so sorry, man. That's what they had it on there for us.
No,
I'll
no,
probably talk myself.
no problem. I want to know if that's a diagnosis.
Well, I guess you have heard of dying of a broken heart, Your Honor.
Well, no, there is actually, no, I see what you're saying now. So actually, there is a broken heart syndrome. And they call it that because it mimics heart attacks. So look, thank you for educating us.
Yes, ma'am.
Because see, people were thinking of a broken heart. Everybody's thinking, oh, somebody broke his heart, maybe he'll find somebody else to be with.
Now you know why I'm moving.
But actually it is, it mimics a heart attack.
Okay, that makes sense, Your Honor.
All right, there we go. We've learned something. All right, so then what I'm going to do is you're going to have to provide proof of SSI, or you'll have to have proof of employment within 45 days. There should be no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. There should be no unsupervised contact with minors. Is he going to be staying with his mom?
My sister.
Your sister? Does your sister, have you spoken to her? Does she want you there?
Yes, before I came over here, I was on GPS. She was fine with me living with her as long as I gave her some money for some rent or something like that.
Okay.
So I'll be on the job or something.
All right. There's going to be the State, is there a reason to order BIP? Because it appears that this is merely him staying with someone he should not be staying with. And she's asking that he live with her, but I don't see anything of violence in the report. He was having a mental health episode.
Yes, Your Honor, this offer is, or the agreement is taking into consideration a misdemeanor, family violence case.
Okay.
So that's why we were asking for that.
All right. So the BIP, I'm going to want a mental health evaluation. Have you used any drugs?
I used the drugs about 3-4 months ago.
What drugs were you using?
Methamphetamine, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to want a referral to felony drug court. I know they look at people on a case-by-case basis. I'm going to want a TAP evaluation. Probation, if he does the MIC evaluation and TAP evaluation in custody, how long will that take? Okay. All right, can you tell them to expedite that? We'll get it before the 2 weeks, okay? All right, probation, is there anything else he needs? Yes, if I can have field visits 1 time per month. And if there are no issues with the field visits, then let the court know. If Mick, if he doesn't qualify that, give him a referral for Center for Healthcare Services and see if they can get him a case manager to address the Hokum broken heart syndrome and also any mental health issues. Are you on any type of medications at the jail?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and let probation know he is receiving medication at the Bexar County Jail. Is there anything you need from the court?
No, no. No, no.
All right, probation, is there anything else? I'm sorry, what? Yes. All right, anything else, probation? All right, Mr. Diaz, I'm showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and it's very important that you not have any contact with Ms. Diaz. So, Mrs. Zuniga, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
If she tries to call you, don't answer. If she asks you to come over, don't go, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's go.
Who's here on Jason Lopez? All right, the court is calling 2020 CR 7594B, State of Texas versus Jason Lopez. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Larry Meadows for the defendant.
Are you Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Jason Lopez who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2020 CR 7594B for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1 gram to 4 grams on April 4th, 2022 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Violated condition number 1, on or about the 26th day of September 2022 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Jason Lopez committed the offense of assault in violation of condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
Judge, state waives all the violations.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine? Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there an agreement?
Judge, there is an agreement. It's to alter and amend to include anger management course. Additionally, the defendant is going to take a plea in the misdemeanor court regarding that new assault.
And what cause number is that?
That would be, I had it written down. Give me one moment, Judge. I'll go get it.
Sure. All right, is that your agreement?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Lopez, are you asking the court to follow that agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you waiving your right to appeal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Jason Lopez.
All right, so you're agreeing to enter a plea in cause number 693624?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so what is your anger issue? Why are you angry?
Well, at the time that I caused that, I was just in the wrong, with the wrong people. So I got into an altercation. So, but I really don't have any anger management, but I am willing to take that anger management path.
All right, what's the name of the people you had issue with?
I really don't know their name.
Judge, it was a complainant. It was someone that one of his family members knew, and it was just a verbal disagreement between, I believe it was a family member and this person, and that kind of what started everything.
All right, court will follow your agreement, deny the motion, alter and amend conditions to include anger management. All other conditions will remain. All right, we can go off the record. So this is what you need to understand. You're on deferred adjudication. Do you know how much time you could be sent to prison for?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much time?
I believe it's 2 to 10.
Yeah, so I could send you to prison up to 10 years. So from now on, everything that you do, every action that you take, every place you go to, you need to, your first question should be, if I do this, is there a chance that a motion to revoke may be filed and I may be going to prison for 10 years? If the answer is yes or maybe, you shouldn't do it. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good luck to you. Good seeing you back, counsel. Good seeing you back. We've been missing you. All right, next we have Jose Ramirez. Then after that, it will be Julio Sanchez. Who is here on Jose Ramirez? He entered a plea or no?
Yes, John. It was a regular probation.
All right. Court is calling 2022 CR 4056, State of Texas versus Jose Ramirez. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state,
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
for the defense?
Michael Collins, Your Honor.
All right, and are you Mr. Ramirez? All right, you entered a plea on January 23rd. And then it was set for a PSI. According to the plea bargaining agreement, punishments be assessed at 4 years in the prison. There are no applications for deferred, and the state is recommending community supervision. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any objection?
No objection, just a clarification, Your Honor.
Yes.
On page 7, I believe, Your Honor. In the middle paragraph, talks about his alcohol use and sort of things.
Yes.
What he reports to me is that, yes, he relapsed and started drinking again in February 23, but he says that was a one-time thing where a neighbor or so was having a barbecue and he had several beers. So he was being very honest, John, but it's not like, it wasn't like he went back to the 6 to 12 a day that he was doing years before, Your Honor.
Okay.
Second of all, on his methamphetamine use, he says he has stopped that, and he stopped that in October 22. It hasn't had any since, Your Honor. And then finally, on his marijuana, Your Honor, he will admit that about 2 weeks ago, he smoked some marijuana. Is that right?
All right. How old are you?
39.
All right. Why are you smoking marijuana?
I'm feeling stupid.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm feeling crazy.
I can't hear you.
I don't know.
All right. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give would be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. You have to speak up. What's your name?
What's that?
Jose?
Ramirez.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, why are you using marijuana? I'm sorry?
I was talking with my friends. I used to smoke.
All right, these are not your friends. If they have you not saying to you, don't smoke marijuana, you have to attend court. You understand? They're not your friends. So are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
They're in the model apartments and do carpentry. Flooring.
All right, if you're drug tested today, what are the results going to be?
Yeah.
What you think?
Used to was smoking marijuana.
All right, so what we're going to do before I finish with this, we're going to do a drug test today. Okay. Probation, I need a drug test on Mr. Ramirez, please. Is there anything you want to say before we do the drug test?
No.
Okay, all right, we're going to do a drug test. It'll be fairly quick.
You want to stick around, or you were coming back? What's the time?
Oh, he's going to do it. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Do you need a drink of water? Okay, all right, they'll get it done. All right, who's here on Sanchez? Julio Cesar Sanchez? Julio Sanchez, going once, going twice. Mhm. Who's here on Brandon Castillo? Okay, you're at the end of the pile. Jennifer Hernandez.
The middle.
All right, so what's happening with this case?
We have received an offer from the state judge. My client, I'm reaffiliated from Mr. Munoz judge. But we also have a bond motion on file as well that we would like you to consider today if the court has time, judge.
Okay, all right, we'll send the bond issue to Judge Nahara. So the offer has been tendered. Do you have all the discovery?
Yes, judge.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case, I need a plea deadline date in 2 weeks, please, on Jennifer Hernandez. All right, we'll come back on April 10th. And Ms. Ferguson, if you could give her a reset form in case the PR bond is granted. And if you could refer that to Judge Nahara.
Judge, is that not with, I'm sorry, that's not with Judge Carruthers?
No, it will be Judge Nahara. All right, who's here on Richard Whitney?
I don't know how to say this. First name.
Oh, Ahmed Abdelatif, judge.
Did you want me to update?
On who?
On Abdelatif, judge, you're asking about the competency date?
Yes. Oh, yes. What is the update?
Well, Judge, I was waiting for Ms. Hairston. I did get an email from Ms. Hairston that the defendant is scheduled to see the doctor tomorrow, but I did not have that conversation with the Mad Court.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on this case as well, can you recall this with the same date as this case? Yes. Is that good for you?
Yes, Judge.
So it'll be April 10th as well.
I'm so sorry, Judge. Which courtroom is Judge?
He's in the basement.
Okay. It's Judge. Thank you. That's all I have today. Maybe excuse.
All right, thank you. And your other client is in custody as well, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Richard Whitney.
Your Honor.
Mr. Whitney, come forward. And counsel, you're on this side. All right, on Whitney, where are we?
I do have an offer. My client is not in a position to reject it yet. I'm conferring today. He just got out of jail last month. He does not have transportation to Sabine. We need to set up a time after I download all the 911 calls. So we can make sense of the police report because there's allegedly a reporting person and an officer with the same first two names. So I'm trying to get clarification on this.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, on Mr. Whitney,
Yes, ma'am.
I need a 30-day reset. That's going to be your plea deadline date, Mr. Whitney.
April 20.
All right, we'll come back on April 25th.
Thank you, Judge.
And you were late for court. Why were you late?
I don't even want to give you an excuse. I was late. I apologize.
All right, can't be late anymore. You understand? All right, thank you.
You judge.
You're welcome. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. Kendall Blunt.
Good morning. Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so everything has been tendered?
Your Honor, unfortunately, we were going through the file and there were quite a few discs that I believe had been tendered to the previous defense counsel that are still unaccounted for. And so we are going to upload them again to a drive for her.
All right, who was the previous defense attorney?
Ray Martinez.
But there also is a medical disc that's never been provided to anyone that was in the state's file that they're gonna make me a copy of or find a way to make me have access to. And then there's also an issue of a cell phone report on my client's phone that's not accounted for anywhere in their file that Ms. Mitchell's gonna have to track down as well.
Okay, so when is this gonna all happen?
I'm gonna bring her the drive tomorrow, so they should be able to get the files by the end of the week to me that they have. My concern is with it's a laptop and a cell phone that's referred to that we think there's a report on that no one's seen.
Yeah, I'll have to find out what this, if anything was ever done with those.
All right, Ms. Springs, can I have a 30-day reset on Blunt, please?
I can do April 24th.
All right, so what we're missing are the following: some medical records. Who do the medical records belong to?
The victim. The hospital records from the victim. I think they were specifically radiology records.
I believe they're the radiology imaging.
Okay, so that's number one. What's the second thing?
My client's Samsung cell phone that appears there was a done of it, some sort of report. We haven't seen that.
All right.
And as well as his laptop, or alleged to be his laptop. I don't know.
All right. So anything else other than those
And
three
then
things?
I think we're gonna pull the jail calls. I'll get her a copy of that too.
All right, and then jail calls. So those are the only things: the medical records from the complainant, the defendant's cell phone and laptop, if there is a laptop that belongs to him, and jail calls.
Yes.
All right, so that needs to be done by April 24th. Is there anything else?
No, and Ms. Mitchell and I have been conferring and, you know, bargaining back and forth, but I just need to be able to look at those things to know, are we a trial or are we a plea?
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
And I'm sorry, but you said that was discovery.
Yes, discovery.
Yeah. Yes. please do. I've been in my office.
Just have a seat.
Who's here on Devontae Pollard? Court is calling 2022 CR 11246, State of Texas versus Devontae Pollard. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Jason Garahan, Your Honor.
Defense?
Deborah Scantenberg.
All right, and probation, there's no application on this case. Counsel, have you received all the discovery and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Pollard, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor, we're proceeding on count one, waiving count two.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Pollard, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you're charged with the offense of theft, $2,500 to $30,000 enhanced as a state jail felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days in the state jail facility and up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Pollard, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, state is proceeding on count one. Punishment is to be assessed at 18 months in the state jail facility, $1,000 fine, no applications. Taking consideration 2022 CR 11235. And this is to run concurrent with cause number F50589 out of Johnson County, Texas. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense is at the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State is at the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
And where is Johnson County?
Cleveland, Texas.
All right, Cleveland, Texas. I'm trying to, work on my geography. All right, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offense is charged in count one. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State any evidence to support the defendant's guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor. State exhibit number one with all this attachment.
No.
All right, state you may be excused. Showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand? You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call them the right to remain silent.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same.
Second one, I do yes with this.
After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will find you guilty. Are we proceeding with sentencing?
Please, Your Honor, yes.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I hope you will follow our plea agreement, Your Honor.
All right, the court will sentence you to 18 months in the state jail facility. Give you credit for any time served. There's $1,000 fine. Time and money will run concurrent. Take in consideration 2022 CR 11235. This is run concurrent with F50589 in Johnson County. Showing you what's entitled trial court certification of defendant's rights to appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. How old are you?
28.
You got to change your life. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in and out of the prison, and you're going to wake up and a majority of your life is going to be over. Don't be the person who's at the prison where somebody says, how does this place run? And they say, oh, you need to ask the oldest person here. We call him Grandpa Pollard. Don't let that be you, okay?
Yes,
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good seeing you,
Thank you,
Miss
Your Honor.
Burke. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, who's here on James Lopez? All right, so we're here on the discovery for body cam and an offers due. Did you get the body cam?
Yes,
Was an offer tendered?
today, Judge, I haven't conveyed it just yet to my client. We're actually. We're asking for a reset. Number one, so we can think about it. The other thing is, there's a possibility, assuming she ever resurfaces. If the co-defendant is actually going to take responsibility for the contraband.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. Can I have a 2-week reset for a plea deadline on Mr. James Lopez? 2-week plea deadline date on James Lopez. Thanks for addressing appropriate report. April what? All right, we'll be back on April 10th. Ms. Ferguson will give you a reset form. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. Have a good day. And Mr. Alexander, could you let your client know he's not to be late again?
Was he late this morning? Judge?
Yes.
Sorry, I was like slammed this morning.
All right. Well, no, he was late. You were not.
I will convey the message. Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, don't be late for court again. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's here on Julio Sanchez?
I'm present, Your Honor. I had spoken briefly to Jason. Mr. Sanchez has 2 new cases in Comal County. I was going to ask the court if we could recall this for a couple of days. I need to see if he's got counsel over there. How we might be able to dispose of those cases over there is going to affect how we proceed here. So I would just want to make sure he has counsel, discuss it with them and see what we can maybe.
All right, Mr. Sanchez, come on down. Okay, state what is happening with these cases. Where are they located? Comal County?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so is this going to be contested or we just don't know yet?
I think we're not ready yet, Judge. I think there's going to be a resolution. But because of some difficulties, how we would proceed, we need to figure out how we can get rid of these small cases. So I just want to make sure he's got counsel, discuss with them and see what we can do to move
All
those
right.
cases.
So Ms. Ferguson, on Julio Sanchez, can you reset this in 30 days? And set it as a contested.
I can do April 25th.
All right, April 25th, we'll do it during Fiesta. Okay,
Thank you.
all right, and what does your tattoo say, chosen?
Chosen one.
Are you the chosen one?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay, all right. I'm always interested in tattoos. What's the meaning behind it when people got them? All right, thank you. Have a good day, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
James Lopez. Who's the attorney on James? Oh, we just did that. Okay, I don't know why it's still up there.
And it's still me.
Yeah, it's still the same.
Still the same.
Who's on Brandon Castillo? All right, probation. This is going to be an application for deferred adjudication. And the state is recommending, and he has 2 cases. Court is calling 2023 CR 1268 and 2023 CR 1269. You all need to switch. State of Texas versus Brandon Castillo. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel Escobar for the state of Texas.
Mr. Castillo, Your Honor.
Are you Mr. Castillo?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Brandon John Castillo.
All right. Counsel, have you received all the discovery in each of these cause numbers and did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication. Just one moment. Counsel, I do not have the application for deferred adjudication in cause number 2023 CR 1269. So if you all want to fill one out. All right, did you apply for deferred adjudication in each of these cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you sign them? Did you understand them?
Yes, ma'am. He reviewed them with me and I understand.
Okay.
I apologize, Mayor Pro.
Yes, no problem. Thank you. And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled True Bill of Indictment. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them?
I believe I did, yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment in each cause number?
Yes, Your Honor.
Stating cause number 2023 CR 1268, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
And in cause number 2023 CR 1269, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, in each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled Court Admonishments and Defendants Waivers and Affidavit of Admonitions. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? In the cause numbers, you're charged with assault, bodily injury, security officer, and assault emergency service personnel bodily injury. Each of those charges are third-degree felonies. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state will call them the right to remain silent. Did you understand?
Yes,
Did you understand by entering into this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
yes, ma'am, it was explained.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into pleas in each of the cause numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
In each of the cause numbers, did you understand that the court would grant your application for deferred adjudication? If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in prison in each cause number. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Castillo, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am. I feel that Mr. Velez done his most professional work for me.
Oh, well, that's a good sign. Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am. I was born here.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. And each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you the plea bargain agreement. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
In each of the cause numbers, there's to be a $2,500 fine. State recommends community supervision. The cause numbers will run concurrently. The state is taking in consideration 2022 CR 11175. And there is to be restitution, if any, to Colin, COLIN Johnson, and Jason Bonebreak, BONEBRAKE. And also restitution, if any, to Bailey Fowler, BAILEYFOWLER. And also, is this Jason Bonebreak?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Did you understand that to be the plea in each of the cause numbers? Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 7 years. There'll be a TAP evaluation, 200 hours of community service restitution, no contact with Colin Johnson, Bailey Fowler. Is there to be no contact with Jason Bonebreak as well?
I believe so, Your Honor.
All right, and no contact with Jason Bonebreak. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then in each of the cause numbers, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
I plead no contest, Your Honor.
State any evidence to support the defendant's plea?
State offer State Exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, states, you may continue to confer. In each of the cause numbers, I'm showing you what's entitled waiver and consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review those documents with your attorney? Did you understand them? Did you sign them in all the appropriate places?
I signed everywhere.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Sure.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented and stipulated to stipulations of testimony. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty in each cause number. The court will defer finding of guilt as you applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Your Honor, I would like this incident here, it's an unfortunate incident. He's just asking the court to follow the plea agreement and for adjudication.
All right, the court's understanding from reading the report is there was an emergency detention hold. So, Mr. Castillo, are you on any type of medications or do you have a doctor?
I am prescribed. There was some miscommunications when I changed phone numbers from UT psychiatry, and there was a lapse, and I used some leftover medication to kind of get me through, but I'm currently waiting on orientation from Mind Yourself Counseling to obtain a new prescription of olanzapine.
All right, which counsel is that? I mean, which doctor is that?
I'm uncertain because I'm in a program where I have a case.
Oh, just 1 second. Excuse me. If you all can move down to that end, please.
I have a liaison that sends out referrals, and so they contacted me for orientation, but I was incarcerated last month, so I missed it. So I'm just awaiting a new orientation to get connected to their services.
So who are you getting connected through? What's the name of the?
Sam Ministries. They send out a referral, and Mind Yourself contacts me. I believe they're their own organization, separate as a separate entity.
So are you current on your medications and stabilized
Right
now?
now, I'm not on medication, but I'm seeking, like, I would like to be.
Okay, so we're gonna have to get that done ASAP.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, are you employed?
I am employed part-time for the past 3.5 years with an independent contractor doing interior, exterior painting, as well as just drywall, general construction, and detail landscaping for residential. And I'm currently seeking extra employment with restaurants. Previous, I used to work in culinary industry, so I'd like a full-time job to be able to.
What's your specialty?
I'm
Because we're all about food in the 187 District Court. Just don't tell anybody. So what's your specialty?
Fine dining. My most reputable place here was in La Villita at the Fig Tree. I learned a lot there from their chefs. I've worked at Cheesecake Factory before, other various restaurants.
All right, Cheesecake Factory has a nice lemon meringue cheesecake.
Yes, ma'am.
I haven't been eating it, so let my mom know because I'm doing my diet thing. But I'm trying to figure out when I can have a cheat day so I can at least have a slice of it.
When I'm not working, I volunteer with the custodial staff at my church. When available, when they have extracurricular events, I just try to help break down tables, move chairs, clean up, and do what I can. They helped me through homelessness in the past, and I grew great friendships with a lot of their staff.
And which church is this?
University United Methodist Church.
Okay, I think I may have been there. I've been to a lot of churches.
It's on I-10 in Isabella by Clark High School and Lock Hill Elementary.
Oh, yes, I have been there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's a very good church.
Yeah. So we're going to try to see what we can do to get you the help that you need. Do you have any children?
I have a 14-year-old. I have joint custody, but he's resided with his mother for most of his life.
Okay. All right. So this is what we're going to do. And each cause number, I'm going to follow your agreement. All right. I'm going to sentence you to 7 years deferred adjudication.
Your Honor.
You're welcome. There's to be no contact and restitution to, well, no contact with and restitution to Bailey. Thank you. All right, Bailey Fowler and Jason Bone Break and Colin Johnson. I want him evaluated for MIC. So we're going to do a MIC evaluation. I want a referral to Center for Healthcare Services. Each case will run concurrently. Is there any drug issues?
Yes, ma'am. In the past, I've had problems with marijuana and alcohol.
All right, let's do a referral with felony drug court. And the reason why I'm sending you to felony drug court is because felony drug court will be able to help you with all the mental health. Well, they'll help you navigate the governmental mental health so we can get you with your medication sooner and your
May I
treatment sooner.
ask, is this like some sort of like separate trial or is just like an?
No,
extension
what
of
will end up
service?
happening is if felony drug court, if they're able to accept you, they will be over your probation. And if you're able to complete things early, they can also recommend to the court that you be terminated from probation early.
Oh, thank
But
you,
they're
ma'am.
just going to get you on the right path.
Thank you,
Now,
ma'am.
you're welcome. Now, I will tell you this, sometimes they're at capacity and they won't be able to take you. But I think that would be a good fit for you because they'll be able to help with all of the other issues.
Yes, ma'am. Also recently, I've been doing, well, since last year, the online AA meetings from Club 12 off of Thames Drive. However, I do prefer to go in person, but I do accept and realize that I do need to stay in constant sobriety and I could utilize a good support system.
All right, thank you. So in each case, there's proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Once you are stabilized and probation lets me know that you're on your medications and everything is okay, then the court will consider changing that. So you can still have contact with
Like
your
my
child.
family and stuff like that.
Yes, but your family will have to be there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
There's to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular UAs. There's to be 200 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to require parenting classes with Triple P. Once you completed parenting classes, that will satisfy your 200 hours of community service restitution. And of course, I always think community service hours are great. So if you still want to do them at the church, you can still do them at the church as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask for field visits one time per month, and probation, if you want those field visits to satisfy his monthly reporting, then that can satisfy the monthly reporting. There's to be $200 fine in each cause number that will be probated. Probation, is there anything else he needs? Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, ma'am, I just want to thank you. I don't take any of the severity and I'm very ashamed to be in your court, but I'm thankful that you showed grace and fair judgment.
Thank you so much. And thank you for addressing appropriately for court. I appreciate that. Showing you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes,
All right, because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because I followed your plea bargaining agreement and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. So, Mr. Castillo, in order to be successful on probation, it's going to require you to be in communication with probation. If there's any issue you feel probation maybe is not addressing or nobody's listening to you, you can always come to court. We're here Monday through Friday. All right, good luck to you. You're welcome. Thank you. Yes. Yes. The files remaining?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't. All right. Who's here in Guadalupe Gutierrez? All right. So everyone, I'm just receiving your files. That's why you have not been called because I didn't have it. So, all right. So where are we on Guadalupe Gutierrez?
We are sort of conferring and getting discovery together. I think that the state wanted an opportunity to make some phone calls on it. So we've been conferring though substantively.
All right. So on Gutierrez, Ms. Ferguson, can I have a 30-day reset?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me find him on the docket. All right. So April 24th, we will see you back then. State and defense, if you all can make sure that you have all your discovery done at that time.
Would that be like a discovery compliance?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if there's nothing else, you're excused. Thank you.
I have one other. in your-
Okay.
in your file up there.
You're welcome. Who's here on Javon Stryjak? All right.
So we just finished on excuse me, application for pre-trial diversion. That's a finished appeal. We're gonna go get it turned in and assuming he's accepted, that should resolve the issue, to resolve the case.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a
Gutierrez, you can't leave without signing the reset form, sir.
all right, I need a plea debt. I'm sorry, a pre-trial diversion on Mr. Stryjak, please.
The 24th.
All right, so we're going to come back on April 24th. Let me see what page he's on. All right, we'll see you then, April 24th.
April 24th. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Do we need to sign something?
Yes.
I'll bring it to you, man.
Who's here on Eduardo Escalera?
Right here, Judge. We're conferring, we're seeing if, we're gonna see if we can possibly get this one worked out. It's
All
on
right.
TR.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yes, Judge.
Melvin Jones.
Right, Your Honor.
Mr. Porter, you've been sitting there. I was like, when is Mr. Porter going to turn in his fall?
Been conferring back and forth with all the benches.
Okay. All right, so what is happening with Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones. We're ready for trial, Judge.
All right, we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, just to let the court know, as last time, we're gonna be proceeding on the first degree felony drug case. And the rest of the cases, if they are so lucky as to get a verdict, then the other ones will be put on the punishment.
All right, and so the parties know the court doesn't have an acknowledgement of discovery because the first degree case, let me see. All right, the case that I have, maybe I'm missing a file, but I have it as a possession case and not as a first degree.
Well, there's a repeat, it's a repeater.
Ah. Let me see if I see the indictment. Okay, so that's what you're going on?
That would be the first one, Judge, that needs to.
All right, so if you all can give me an acknowledgement of discovery, And we will see you tomorrow, dressed for trial.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, who is here on Jarve Wyans? And then after Wines, it's going to be Dominic Nicholson, and then it will be Eduardo Escalera. Thank you. Court is calling 2023 CR 0465, State of Texas versus Jarve Wyans. Can I have the parties announced for the record?
Daniel Escobar for the state.
I'm another arrestor for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Winans?
Yes, no.
Are you related to the gospel singers Winans?
They're my uncle and auntie.
Okay. See? That's a great family of gospel singers. All right, counsel, have you received all the discovery in this case?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Winans, I'm showing you what's entitled application for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled true bill of indictment. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Say, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you what's entitled court admonishments and defendants waivers and affidavit of admonitions. Did you review that with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you cite it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with the offense of robbery as a second-degree felony. The range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court doesn't follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be, just 1 second, I'm sorry. All right, if for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to go to trial. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could fine you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 moment. Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Winan, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 moment. This is not in order. All right, state on this case, you're proceeding on count 1, paragraph A and B, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
I think he has it.
You believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I believe so, Your Honor.
You believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wyatt, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
No, ma'am.
Has anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
No,
Are you a U.S. citizen?
no.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Showing you the plea bargain page. Did you review that page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. The state is opposing your application for deferred adjudication. State, are you also opposing the application for community supervision as well?
Yes, Judge.
All right, the state will take in consideration cause numbers 2023 CR 0465 and County Court cause number 692954. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense is at the plea.
Yes, it is.
State is at the plea.
Yes, Judge.
Next, I'm showing you the paragraph entitled waiver of appeal paragraph. Did you review that paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it
Yes, ma'am.
in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Next, I'm showing you outside the plea bargain agreement, the state is requesting that there be no contact with Larry Smith Jr. and Travis Martinez. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, could I have the plea stamp, please? Thank you. Then to the offense as charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence?
State offers states exhibit 1 in all attachments.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm showing you what's entitled waiving consent to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand? You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call on the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept it to evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. And I'm sorry, state, you can be excused.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Ms. Ferguson, I need a date to come back for PSI. Are there any drug issues, counsel?
He was caught with meth.
All right, we're going to do a PSI and a top evaluation.
May 18th.
All right, we'll be back on May 18th. It is at that time the court will make a decision on your application. I'll base a decision based upon the PSI report I receive and any other evidence that's presented to me, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have the excuse.
Yes. Everyone, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Just give me a moment.
And Robert, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Dominique Nicholson.
Yes, present.
All right, so what is happening with Mr. Nicholson?
Mr. Nicholson, I think we're still waiting on some discovery and a 404B
And there's something in
Austin.
Travis. Okay.
And right, and I think he's under indictment there now, but we don't have a copy of that indictment to see how it's actually charged. And so we're still
All right, so I'm just going to put it on the same date as your other case. What day was that?
April 24th.
All right, Ms. Fergus, can you put this on April 24th? And if y'all can see what the status is of that case in Travis.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, and we'll just put it down as another discovery.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
May I be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are you being excused to do your weightlifting?
I will be doing that tonight.
Oh my gosh, I love your videos.
I'm competing June 2nd.
Oh, you're going to do awesome.
I'm in high gear.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
Okay. I'm done. Right? You're done with me? Let me rephrase that. I'm done with me. Yes. Okay. Do I need to sign anything on the? Yeah. Okay. I'll do it. All right. April 24. Okay.
Oh, sure. Eduardo Escalera.
We're here, Judge.
Court is calling 2020. Are you all ready to enter a plea?
Need a copy of that.
It's an NTR.
No, are you all ready to enter a plea? Are you all going to plea on something today?
Yes, yeah, we have an agreed recommendation. I'm sorry, Judge.
All right, and I'll give you a copy. Okay. Court is calling 2020 CR 0291, State of Texas versus Eduardo Xavier Escalera. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state
Brittany Mitchell for the state.
defense?
Adam, defendant.
And are you Mr. Escalera?
Yes, Your Honor.
Showing you what's entitled motion to enter adjudication of guilt and revoke community supervision. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you the same Eduardo Xavier Escalera who's placed on deferred adjudication in 2020 CR 0291 for the offense of repeated violation of court order or bond condition on August 2nd, 2021 for a term of 3 years? Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor.
State?
Your Honor, violation condition number 2. On or about the 15th day of July 2022 in Webb County, Texas, the defendant Eduardo Xavier Escalera did then and there illegally use a controlled substance, namely cocaine, in violation of condition number 2.
All right, how do you plead to that? True or not true?
Sure.
State?
And Your Honor, at this time, we will waive the remaining violations.
Any objection to the state's waivers?
Objections, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 2, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, and sentence you up to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 2?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 2 true. Is there an agreement?
Yes, Your Honor, there is an agreed recommendation to deny the motion and to alter and amend for SATIF with aftercare.
All right, is that the agreement?
It is, Your Honor. We kindly ask the court to follow that agreement.
Does your client, do you have any type of medical issues?
Just asking. That's it.
Asthma?
Yeah.
Probation, do you know if the fact that he has asthma, will that stop SATA from accepting him?
It might, Judge. I know that they have an inhaler.
You use an inhaler?
Yes.
All right, so this is what we'll do. I'll deny alternate man conditions to include SATA plus aftercare. If he's not accepted for SATA, just do a referral to felony drug court. And if felony drug court does not accept him, then we will come back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank
Be on the lookout for that.
All right, thank you. And counsel, if you can contact felony drug court and let them know your client's issues
Yes, ma'am.
and that he has the asthma, so SATA is probably not going to take him. So it would help us if they would accept him in the program if they have a seat available.
Yes, ma'am. Do you know who the liaison for felony drug court is?
Will Brooks is one of the defense attorneys.
Bill Brooks?
Yes, and also their court coordinator is Diana Zamaroon, but you can contact Will Brooks.
Let me contact Mr. Brooks. I know him well.
All right, thank you.
We'll put on that. Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Javier Zepeda,
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
who's here for Javier Zepeda?
Here.
And I don't have the file on Jose Ramirez. That's the person. He said that he can't go to the restroom. So if you want to go on lunch break, you can go on lunch break. And we will probably end up, I'm going to want my UA today. All right. So if you want to take your lunch break, you can. Or if you want to remain around, you can. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, just one moment. If I can have all the files, please, that are still pending. Yes, you want to.
Scheduling issue I got, Your Honor, is I've got a 4 o'clock hearing across the street in probate court.
Mhm.
For that, I've got to go out to be prepared for that hearing. I got to go out, it's a temporary guardianship. I've got to go out and visit a
No,
client,
go do that.
which is out at Huebner and I-10.
No, go ahead and do that. And then when you finish with probate,
Well, I won't be for probate. I have to come, well, probably won't be till 4.
yeah, okay, well, just come back, but you can go ahead and
Can
do
I go
that.
Try to visit her and then.
Yes.
then come back.
Yes, of course.
Okay, thanks, Your Honor.
Annabelle Bishop. All right, could I see a prosecutor on Annabelle Bishop, please? Oh, you are Miss Bishop?
Yeah.
Who's your attorney?
Thomas Hill, I think. But he doesn't keep in contact with me ever, so.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. One, you were late. Why were you late?
I was in another court, so I was confused as to where I was supposed to be.
All right. You've been here before, so you know where this court is. Do not be late again, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Ferguson. Recall this. We're gonna recall you tomorrow. And can you contact the MAC and tell them that her attorney was not present today? She's gonna give you a reset form for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
You have 4 minutes, come see, have a good day.
All right, Jalen Collins, who's the attorney on that?
He said he'd be right back.
All right, is this client in jail?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, recall him for tomorrow. You will have an attorney tomorrow. Either it will be Mr. Hilly or it will be someone else. Yes. All right, so. Xavier Doxy.
Mr. Howell. Actually, you know, I'm just trying to get it back over here.
All right, recall it for tomorrow.
Okay.
And if he's not here, contact the MAC.
You know, I know you're Spanish. I'm ready to pass.
Very messy signs.
These are done. Christian Gomez. Who's the attorney for Christian Gomez?
Jennifer Sarko?
All right, are you here for Mrs. Arca?
No, on Javier Cepeda.
All right, just one second. Let me find Christian.
You okay, Judge?
All right, Mr. Gomez, you were late. Why?
I was trying to find my way around the court, ma'am. Sorry about that.
All right, you were late last time, and you know what your excuse was last time? You were trying to find your way around the court. So here's the thing, if you are late again, a warrant will probably be issued. You understand? Norma, on this, recall it for tomorrow. All right, they'll give you a reset for tomorrow. William Sparks. Who is your client?
Javier Cepeda.
All right, Javier Cepeda. Where is he?
Your Honor, he was here and while I was conferring with the state, he stepped out with his family. I'm not sure where they live. I assume that they'd be talking outside about what was going on with the MTR, but I have not heard back from them.
All right, court is calling 2018 CR 9274W, State of Texas versus Javier Cepeda III. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state? Defense?
Christian, Minute.
All right, did you have contact with your client this morning?
I've not been able to contact him outside of court, but I met him today and I spoke to him here in court.
All right, so your client's not here. So do you have any idea where he is?
I do not check in and then I spoke to him and I'm not sure where he is right now.
All right, have you attempted to make phone contact?
He doesn't have a working phone, but I contacted his mother.
Okay, all right, state.
State's requested a bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be granted. Your client will be remanded without bond. If he makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Hi, this is a bond forfeiture. Jackson Youngblood.
Judge, he's in jail. And I haven't heard from Mr. Garza.
All right, Norma, recall it for tomorrow and contact the MAC.
That's not.
All right, and then William David Sparks.
One second.
And I don't have the file on Patrick Samaniego. Is there Patrick Samaniego here? Just give us a moment. Thank you so much for your patience.
Judge, I can see the sparks on here. What? Put the wrong file.
All right, I need Samaniego, Norma. I have that here. Yes. Yes, can I have the, I gave them the BAS file back because the defense attorney was supposed to be confirmed, so the clerk should have it. Yes,
I didn't see him.
No, he was here and the clerk has that file.
Judge, Ms. Amico, on the SR, it was to send the defense hearing and expedite the TAP evaluation. However, the TAP has not been completed.
All right, let me see that. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Samaniego, if you can come forward. Thank you. All right, how are you doing?
Not too bad, so
Hmm?
tired.
Yes. So you drug tested today, what the result's going to be, and you need to be honest with the court. We're not on the record. This is me trying to get your attention. So if there's an issue, we can address it and take care of it because you're on probation and you're looking at 10 years. So what is your issue? What's going on with the meth use?
I was prescribed Adderall,
Mhm.
and I thought that it wouldn't know the difference, and I was using that.
Okay. All right. So when's the last time you used? And be honest.
Like 2 days ago.
All right. How often are you using?
Every day.
Okay. See, the sky has not fallen. What I'm trying to do, and where I can and when it's appropriate, I try to get the people the help that they need, right? So here's the thing. You definitely have a drug problem. And you need help with it because otherwise what's going to end up happening, either you're going to end up dying because you're going to get a bad batch, or either you're going to end up dying because your heart's not going to take it. And then the person who's giving you meth, they're just going to move on to the next customer. All right. Because honestly, for people who are selling drugs to you, you're just a dollar sign. You're not a person. It's like, do they have money? Yes, they do. Here you go. And whatever happens to you, happens to you. So this is what I want to do with him.
I'm sorry. I was clean, and then my dad went to the hospital, and I've been just bombarded with a lot of stuff. Like, I have a large family. I have a business.
No, I understand life happens.
And I just
But
haven't had time to rest.
Yeah.
And I'm just tired.
But here's the thing, life happens. And if you are fully engaged in your sobriety, when life happens, you would use whatever tools that you've been given, like, oh, I'm thinking about using because things have gotten to me. Let me call my sponsor. Or I'm thinking about using, let me go around people who are not using. Your go-to should not be, well, I normally take Adderall, but maybe probation won't recognize the difference. Can't do that.
Yes, ma'am. But that's not, that's what happened. But the Adderall, I need to quit all that, all of it.
No, I understand. And I'm going to help you with that. So this is what we're going to do. And I'm going to tell you right now, you cannot miss anything that I'm telling you to do. Because if you do, what the box that's going to get checked off for you is going to be the box that says file motion to revoke. So probation, we're going to have him tested daily until he gets in a program. This is me trying to save your life. If there were a place where I could just drop you in right now and say, felony drug court, take him today, then I wouldn't have to do what I'm doing right now, but I'm trying to help you save your life and help you get clean and sober. So I want him referred to felony drug court. If you miss any appointments with felony drug court, if you're dishonest with them and I get a report back that they're not accepting you because you don't have a drug problem, then we're going to have a problem because you need to be honest with them the way you're honest with me. You're going to do a UA daily. You're going to do NA or AA meetings daily. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to do all of those three things. We're going to do a TAP evaluation. Tell them to do it as quickly as possible. And you're going to give probation your contact information. Make sure it's up to date because felony drug court is going to be calling you this week. Just 1 second. Can we go off? Could you mute me, please? Let me see something. This is what's going to happen. You're going over to felony drug court tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And if they're not open yet, you just sit there and wait for them to open, but they should be open at 8:30 a.m. It's located at 222 South Canal. You need to be there. All right, probation, if you can write in instructions, and Norma, if you can fill out a reset form for him, but give him the address instead of the 187 District Court, scratch that out and put felony drug court and put the location as 222 South Canal and put it down for 8:30 a.m. If you're not there, a warrant is going to be issued for you. Do you understand? All right, probation, they will see him at that time. You're welcome. All right, can I see Ms. Boss? All right, Ms. Boss, I don't know anything about your case. The only thing I know is what you're charged with, and I have to tell you what your rights are. You understand? All right. So you're charged with driving while intoxicated with a child under the age of 15, state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. Do you understand? All right, you have a right to remain silent. You have a right to hire an attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to you if you're determined to be indigent. They determine whether or not you're indigent from a form that you fill out. If you need help filling out that form, you let them know and the clerks will help you fill that out. You will have a reasonable time to speak with your court-appointed attorney or your retained attorney. You have a right to have an attorney present during any interviews you may have with the state or with a peace officer or anyone. You understand? If you decide to give an interview, which you're not required to do, but if you decide to have an interview or have someone question you and answer those questions, you can stop that interview at any time, but any statements you make can be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand? All right, if you are not a citizen, you have a right to have contact with your consulate. Do you understand? All right. Do you have any questions about anything? All right, do you have an attorney?
I do, well, the court appointed a lawyer.
Okay,
He didn't show, he told me to come to 186 and I was there in the morning. They told me to come to 187.
okay. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna need you to sign your name.
Yes,
By
ma'am.
signing your name on this, you're not admitting to anything. It's just saying that I've gone over your rights with you and you understand them. You understand? Deputy Laura, could you have her sign this? And state, do you have a recommended bond? State, do you all have a recommended bond on 2023 CR 1969? Thank you.
What's the offense tonight?
It's driving while intoxicated with a child. And Norma, can you have her brought over tomorrow? If you're still in custody, we'll have you brought over tomorrow.
State recommended $5,000 bond.
Okay. All right, based upon the history that I reviewed and the state's request, I'm going to set your bond at 5,000, but I'm going to order ignition interlock.
I don't have a vehicle. I have the scan monitor on me.
Oh, you have the monitor on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we will do, is there a reason she,
I don't understand why I record every week.
is there a reason she has a warrant?
The system just picked her up as a fugitive.
I don't understand. I report every week.
All right, just a second. Who's our attorney?
Joseph Lopez.
Joseph who?
So,
Appelt?
sorry.
All right, can you call Joseph Appelt and see where he is?
Oh, it's from the pretrial violations, Judge. Oh, hold on. Give me one second. Oh, yeah, Judge, it was due to a violation report.
All right, and what is the violation report? Can you pull that? Are you talking about the file? Because I have the file.
Oh, yes, then it, if you log into the file.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. All right, just have a seat. Probation? Did you want the court's ruling on Samaniega? Because I wrote it on the supplemental report. All right, thank you. All right, everyone. I know people are still here, but to the attorneys, we're done for today. The only thing I'm handling yet is Miss Boss. So everything else, you'll be getting a new date.
Peter agreed to set a bond.
All right, I'm on lunch break.